Alright, anything goes. I'm just waiting. Eric might pop in. He's got a headache and he's been tired. Uh, Stevie's gonna join later, but she won't have video. So I guess I'll just go ahead and host. We may not have a long anything goes. And also, we had the food truck thing. I didn't really make the recipe. Just things got in the way. Hey,
Hello?
Ellis. Where are you?
Out at the lake. The fireworks are about to start.
Fireworks? Wait.
Oh, yeah. Remember I told you how we had to cancel the show
Oh, okay.
a couple days ago? So, yeah, we moved it up.
Okay.
So, I'm by the lakeside waiting, so don't worry. I'll turn off my mic when the boom start happening. You
Hey, if you if you could film it for a little while, maybe we could see more fireworks. I didn't get to see any fireworks on the 4th. So.
Yeah, if you guys.
Yeah.
Although
We'll
you
see.
probably still want me to mute the mic at least.
We'll see how loud it is. I mean, if we're all watching it, we probably won't be talking. I don't know. Maybe we'll watch it, and if you mute it, we'll just watch and talk.
Alright. Let me see. Can I use my, I want to see if I can use my, my camera as well. Pacing. Things that I don't usually do. Where's my camera button? There's my camera. Okay, I can switch it.
Your feed is kind of frozen, though.
Yep. So, this should be roughly the direction it's firing from. I'm not entirely certain, though.
Okay.
All I know for certain is that this is probably going to kill my battery, so I've never killed it before.
What's your battery charge at?
Actually, that's a good question right now, because I had not bothered to check that. It is at 34%.
Yeah, I would probably.
It is an Nexus 5. It is a Pixel though, so it does have a pretty long charge.
Okay.
So we'll see how all this works. I was wanting to film this for a friend, but we'll see. We'll see how this works. This may or may not be the dumbest idea I've ever tried.
All right.
Which, given my long history of really stupid ideas, is probably going to be a highlight.
Hey, Garden, how's it going?
What's up,
hey.
dude? Hey, Eolus, how's the beach?
This isn't the beach. This is the
Oh,
lake.
it isn't the beach? Well,
No.
the beach. The lake,
I'm in Oklahoma. Where can I find a beach? No.
It's cool. You should be the on-location reporter for After Hours. Just go to different places, report.
Yeah, let me take you to College Bar. We have drunk Jenga there. Oh.
So what's up, Evan? How you feeling, dude?
I'm okay now. I think I've got everything that I want to get out, and I'm done with it. It's like it doesn't need to get further unless it gets further. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But,
it sucks.
I'm good. Moving on.
It sucks that like you're just not like you've totally just dropped out of all of it, you know. But I respect your choice. I mean, if I'd, gone through that situation, I'd be super pissed. I wouldn't be handling it as well as you.
I think I'm just old, and just anger just doesn't carry over when you're older.
I'm older than you, man.
Dude, you are? How old are you?
I'm 41.
Okay, that's not that much older.
No, I'm just rage
Shut
all
up.
addicted to rage.
Like it takes me a while to get really angry, and when I get really angry, I'm just angry for like days. But I don't get to that point very often, and I try not to. because I just kind of cut off. I stop talking. I just kind of stay away from anyone where I might lash out or something. So I just try to keep it calm.
Smart.
Hey, Snork. You know what would be cool is if there's like an event that happens, like people go out and there's like a protest, you get 4 or 5 different, or maybe even 6 different people filming, right? And they all hook up on RingCentral and they broadcast it, so you know they could switch to, everyone sees what's going on in different location, and you can have a map overlay where they're at, kind of like a GPS, and so you can see which areas are being filmed by the people providing the coverage.
I'm going to just mute for a second so I could do my introduction for the recording.
Sure. Snork, do you want to test your mic? Or you muted yourself?
Yeah, I muted myself.
Okay.
I'm going to be baking chicken beside us, so I didn't want to make too much noise.
Okay. By the way, I didn't make the recipe for Food Track. We might have to postpone it for next Saturday because I feel bad not making it, but I want to make it. I want my try at it. Just so you know. Wait, you're muted. Go ahead.
There we go. Watermelon is a very weak taste.
Yeah.
But it's a good texture.
It'll definitely bring wetness to it. Unless, like, have you ever tried grilling watermelon before? Oh, I tried. Oh, no, you're muted again. Yeah, it doesn't taste very good. Even though, you know, it looked like a good idea when I saw it in the magazine. Let's see.
Wouldn't you have to coat it in some kind of glaze or something in order to grill it?
I'm out. Well, the recipe didn't call for it. I mean, I would think maybe something oily. Maybe it was covered in like olive oil or something, and then I grilled it. But I don't know. We tried it, and it was like, no, just watermelon on its own is just perfect.
Right.
So
Recording started, and the introduction now.
It doesn't sound very good. It sounds like it would just evaporate, basically.
Well, apparently there's a bunch of recipes for watermelon and cayenne pepper. It's listed under diet food.
I don't know.
Yeah, well, maybe I could see why it'll turn you off from eating.
Sorry, smells like gunpowder out here.
Hey, Bram.
The fireworks hasn't even started, or at least the main show. I guess in the other town it has, but.
Do you want to test your mic? Hey, it'd be cool if you caught a UFO.
Yeah, me catching a UFO. That's gonna happen.
Hey, you never know.
It could, man. It could.
Right.
To whoever watches my video recording of this, I am currently chatting with some friends over my phone system. So if you're wondering who I'm talking to and the random jive, that's probably where it's coming from.
So area code 518, who is that? I just don't want to.
Oh, sorry, Amy.
Oh,
Hi.
okay. Yeah, probably a good idea not to show people's phone numbers.
I wish I was better at technology, so I could, you know, video or do anything with my computer or phone, but I'm not.
Yeah.
I don't think ThinkPads, they don't even have, I don't think they have cameras, my ThinkPad.
Your ThinkPad? Most do. When did you buy your laptop?
You know some guy who supposedly pretended to know stuff about computers bought it for me, right?
Okay.
Like, you know that.
Oh. Well, I mean, if it has the little camera on the top end of the inside of the laptop,
I've never done it.
Like it can record. You just might have to download drivers for it, and then you'd be set.
I mean, it's so crazy to me all the time when people talk about all those things. But it's also, I mean, they're non-compatible. A lot of different tech things, and everything is hacked, so it bothers me immensely. But
you're Aeolus, when is the fireworks going to start?
I actually do not know. It was supposed to start around the time the sun sets. So it has to be within the next few minutes or so. I don't know. There were a couple of fireworks that did go off, I think, in Glencoe, a few miles to the north. To the north of here. Were you guys able to hear those?
No. I do see a UFO though, but it's probably just a plane.
No. Yeah, that's a plane. We have an airport that now flies American Airlines.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. Like, when you see UFO videos, they're that exact type of resolution. It's kind of grainy, so it could be anything.
Yeah.
So
it could be, but it's kind of clear, at least from my eyes, that it's flying pretty low and it's flying pretty steady. So it's almost definitely an airliner, or well, I don't know if it's an airliner per se. Yeah. It could just be a Cessna or one, because I'm pretty sure I'd be able to hear a jet engine roaring at that altitude.
It's obviously a UFO. We're trying to cover up. Yeah. You're a part of some kind of plot.
Yeah.
Sure of it.
Did you guys see the most ridiculous Alex Jones, perhaps, segment ever? That NASA actually had to come out and deny the fact that kidnapped children were being held on Mars.
No, I didn't see that.
I mean, it's an incredible claim and so ridiculous. But the fact that NASA had to respond to Alex Jones, in publication is more insane. But that is the world we're living in, and I don't defend Alex Jones. I never do. But I did see a segment of him trying to be reasonable with Ron Paul. And that, you know, Ron Paul, I would listen to Ron Paul. I would listen to him because I do think he's principled. I don't agree with everything he says. I agree with maybe half of what he says.
You can see the wrestling flag is waving. There, out in the distance, it looks like there's a rave party. Wait, no, that can't be a rave party.
There's only one way to find out.
No, I should know. I should know that's not a rave party because I was here last year when they actually did bother to bring a cover band out, and there is no music playing out here.
Yeah, they because of the rescheduling, someone maybe was about to play on the 4th, but then they couldn't reschedule.
Yeah. It was kind of nice. When I came out here last time, they were doing a lot of cover songs from like the 70s and 80s. When I came out here last time, the first song I heard was "The Way You Make Me Feel," and now it's silent. But they were giving out lightsabers for some reason, so I guess there's that. Oh yeah. Hey, your full moon is there.
Nice.
That's not the moon, man.
I heard it's gonna be tomorrow.
That's no moon.
On the 9th.
That's what you said.
That looks pretty full to me.
Where's Ariel? She'll know, right?
You know what would be really funny if Alex Jones just decided to pop in here one day. All the things that we would be talking about, it would just be insane.
Oh boy.
He'd pop in shirtless and start screaming at us. You idiots!
People.
He was actually, I saw a portion of it. And
making me a little antsy that I started the recording like 15 minutes early.
I'm gonna mute you, Ayla's, off and on when it gets too noisy with the moving around. Go ahead, Amy.
I actually only heard this via looking at Ron Paul, because I don't agree with him on a lot of things, but I do think that he comes from a principled philosophy. So you know what to expect from him, and if you go into it, he'll talk about it with you. And so he actually went on Alex Jones, which is, sort of, interesting. But and Alice was interrupting him a lot, like what Blister would do or whatever. And I actually want to hear those points of views and not from him. But he almost was reasonable. I mean, he was almost sounded reasonable. And then you've seen segments of him where he's like having these people on, being like kidnapped children are being held as slaves on Mars. And I mean, it's crazy, and he's crazy. But when you listen to Ron Paul, I think we have to listen. We can't just dismiss everyone. Yes, Alex Jones. Here's his ideas. Here's his people that are crazy. But once in a while, he tries to, I guess, talk about a good thing. He actually tries to have a conversation. I grew up thinking, people would be like, Ron Paul's crazy, when I was growing up.
Ron Paul.
I and it's just, but the thing is, nobody, when I was a child, nobody was telling me what was crazy about him. And I think that's a super problem today.
Yeah, I mean, anyone that's just not part of the big establishment picture, it's just, they're crazy. And you just kind of shut them out because you hear, hey, they're crazy all the time. And then now we're here at this point and we're like, well, are they crazy? Yeah, are they really crazy, or are they onto something? Or they've been doing it for so long, maybe they did go crazy, because now everything looks like it's some type of hoax or conspiracy theory or whatever.
Yeah, Ron Paul's not crazy. I mean, not any crazier than another libertarian who thinks that, society could run like that. But
I know it requires an idealistic sense, but he comes from a philosophy where this is where all his ideas come from, and you can work from there if you want to look at them and have a reasonable debate. And you might disagree with his ultimate, whatever, but dismissing him and calling him crazy is not the way to go.
Yeah, don't get me wrong.
Opinion.
I almost voted for Ron Paul in 2000. I'm just not a libertarian. Like labeling him. Eben was.
Who said that, crazy guy?
Was correct. That. Yeah, that people are just, it's easy to just dismiss someone on the basis of, they're crazy, whatever. It's an easy narrative to push in media. It takes about 2 seconds. It doesn't get in the way of commercials.
Oil spill. I was
louder.
Team to help. Oh, am I still too quiet?
That was all right.
I woke up today a little bit upset about the ceasefire. I woke up upset about that. Well, I woke up upset about before I went to brunch. I woke up upset. Then I agreed to go to brunch, and then I saw Ebon's horrible say, no, well, not that it's hard. It's just the way things are about business and things. And I was there, so I had all these things going on. But the thing I hated about the ceasefire is, so ceasefires, they might not work. I mean, and in fact, historically, they don't traditionally work the first time, but they're a means of doing something better. And your narrative is going to be, and I see this, I see this going on in the future, is that narrative is going to be, because it doesn't work, or because the violence is going to start again, that it's useless. And I think that that's going to happen, and I was super upset about that. Super upset. I mean, people have their points about mainstream media or independent media or all these things, but I honestly think to actually just dismiss the fact that a failed ceasefire, or that the fact that the only news about Putin that would have been more relevant than the ceasefire would have been if Putin was like, oh yeah, I meddled in the election. We colluded. Like, there was a conspiracy to rig the election. That would have been news.
Yeah.
But otherwise, the ceasefire should have been news, and it wasn't news.
Yeah.
Does my sound better?
Yep, it sounds good now.
That was my that was my thing today.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
No, that's
that
good.
was my rant today.
What I was getting at was back during the Gulf oil spill. I volunteered to help with the team, and we needed a chemical to suspend the oil in while we were trying to recover it. And I was referred to somebody that said was one of the best suppliers that we could get that explain how to use it and everything. And for 2 hours, we went over technical aspects of what to do to use this chemical. And the guy seemed really on the level and really did seem like he had a good handle for it. And then he started saying, well, this will work for any oil that is coming from the seventh sphere. And I said, I'm not familiar with the seventh sphere. And he goes, geologically, the seventh sphere, the layer below the crust. And I said, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't get that far into geology. My class didn't cover the seventh sphere. And he goes, well, on the other side of the seventh sphere, there's these lizard people. And these lizard people, worse. And they dump their sewers. When they frack, they dump their sewers into their ground. But their ground is our crust. So as we're pumping the oil out, they're pumping it in. And he says, it's really hard to balance your chemicals so that, you get the right flow of what their sewage is for the day. And I'm like, oh.
Are you serious? Like someone...
Yeah, no. And this guy was a big Alex Jones listener. And he goes, you gotta listen to Alex Jones more to start understanding your geology if you guys want to solve anything on this planet.
Oh my God. Who hired him? Like, how is he working with experts? I guess that's my question.
Well,
experts from any other field.
Apparently, it's in supplying this, his understanding doesn't get in the way, and he's the supplier. I mean, somebody else might be making the chemicals. So apparently his chemicals are really good. So everybody feels that he's doing a good job. Now, just because whatever his warped idea is of life, he's still able to make his chemicals. There's
a lot of cases like that out there in history.
So if you need a large amount of this material, you go to him. But it just strikes you as the seventh sphere.
I'm gonna look that up. We're talking about Ron Paul. So in 2012, I felt like he was winning the primary for the RNC, and then the RNC started doing some stuff where it was harder for him, Brock Carpenter, to win. If they didn't do that, do you think Ron Paul would have had a chance against Obama in 2012?
No.
No.
Oh, he's got the Dem infrastructure behind him. No one has a chance against that except the Republicans. Those are the two parties that control the system. No one else is getting in until we make some really radical changes.
Okay. Anyways, that's I don't know why I went back to politics. Sorry.
Personally, I think I mean, I'm a little bit bizarre, but people tell me things are crazy, even things that I want to do or I thought I should do, and you know, whatever, just personally, but people were always I was in Connecticut at the time of the Al Gore election, so Joe Lieberman was actually my senator, and you know, Al Gore was running, and Ralph Nader, and people were telling me, and I would hear about how Ralph Nader and Ron Paul, how crazy they were, especially Ralph Nader and the Green Party, and then it made me think, even though I'm very environmental, I thought that you know, the Green Party, and especially these days, I think it sounds like it's like a save the whales kind of perhaps branding, and maybe James should be here for that. It's just I know it's not, but I was working at a public library at the time in New London, Connecticut, which ended up in Kilo v. New London, which is a huge thing for me, eminent domain. How they expanded the way that they stole property from private citizens, another way that they stole our constitutional rights away from us. They made it from sort of, what is it, public use to public purpose, and then they allowed a corporation to come in and then basically not help economically the area and then leave, have no problem. And currently Connecticut, at least within the past few years, actually allowed the state to pay millions of dollars to keep a corporation in Connecticut. Very little coverage on this, by the way. So this is just, you know, sort of anyway. Anyway, this state paid millions of dollars to keep like 100 jobs, hundreds of millions of dollars, or tens of millions of dollars to keep like 100 jobs in Connecticut. And after eminent, the liberal justices allowed this to happen, by the way. So I obviously hate, so I don't say I hate Democrats, I hate Republicans, I hate this. We have to hate what they do and where they take our rights away. And I'm so tired of it. And that's my position. I'm so crazy, and that's my position.
And just to be clear, like, you know, I'm aware that Ron Paul, you know, was running as a Republican, but he's not a part of the Republican infrastructure. He's an outsider.
Of course.
You know, and that's why he wouldn't have won. Like the party themselves would have sabotaged him, if nothing else, if it came down to it. I mean, we already saw what they kind of did to him.
Hey, how's it going, Broker Carpenter?
Yeah. I mean, Rand Paul actually, I heard him recently say, and I thought it was interesting. And I don't think that three things I don't think should have a profit incentive are war, prisons, and healthcare. Top three things that shouldn't have that. But at least Rand Paul, I actually heard him on mainstream media saying that he thought that we could get by with $1 a day, $1 a day for healthcare. And I assume that means, like, you know, full coverage. He is so opposed to giving kickbacks or subsidies to health insurance companies. And I agree with that. So I mean, it's like I agree with him a lot more than I agree with any Democrat in the Senate. So I don't want to be talking about liberal and Democrat and Republican. I want to know how you vote and how strongly you come out in what you decide to say. I think that's really lost.
Well, as to
so lost, I was screaming to a cab driver in New York today. I was so mad. I was just like, I'm so mad.
Well, as to Snork's point about his crazy seventh sphere guy, Isaac Newton was the one I was thinking of. Isaac Newton studied like alchemy, and he had all kinds of crazy ideas about the way the world worked.
What about Nikola Tesla's? I forgot what it was. I used to read about it, but like, there's the
Philadelphia experiment.
What?
The Philadelphia experiment or project, whatever.
But there's certain lines or grids around like Earth.
Yeah.
I forgot what the thing is. I'm gonna try to look for it. But like, if you read up on a lot of like Nikola Tesla stuff, that's like some big conspiracy theory territory too. Like supposedly
lines.
Was that?
Does it sound like ley lines?
Ley lines. There you go.
Ley lines. Yeah, those are
actually perfect person to talk to is Snork about that. What are your thoughts on it, Snork?
Snork, you muted yourself.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know why it bounced on. The ley line thing, I don't see a way that it would be tied to a gene.
Volume, Snork. We can barely hear you, brother.
He's trying to cook or something. He's got those gloves on.
Yeah, he's baking chicken.
Maybe we could just save it for later if you're covered in chicken gore.
There we go. It doesn't seem to me like it would be tied to a line. The guy was brilliant. He might know some things that I don't. He probably knew a lot of things I don't. But some of Tesla's material is still classified. So I would just put it down as highly improbable that it's tied to geographic lines.
I'm coming in because I heard Tesla.
A north and a south pole of magnetism. That does give you a dipole of area that something could reference to. So I have to say I can't rule it out. But the current system of it, I really have strong doubts.
So, Steph, do you have you joined because of Tesla? So what about Tesla that you know about?
Okay, well, somebody said Philadelphia. I think you mean the Colorado experiment, the one where he, after he succeeded on the AC electricity and beat Edison out at the World's Fair, he went out there and built that giant tower to try to get the free energy. But it was J.P. Morgan didn't want him to give free energy. He wanted to monetize energy that could be sent. Because Tesla was like, I have a way that I think we could connect everyone wirelessly. And J.P. Morgan was like, wait, what? And he was really interested. Basically, Tesla had the idea for the internet way before anyone realized that the internet was possible. So that's what J.P. Morgan wanted him to work on. But Tesla was like, I'm going to make free energy. And he started working on that. And he did manage to get it to a certain extent. He was testing. He has that comic I told you about, Evan. One of the main characters is he started trying to finish Tesla's unfinished experiments. Mm-hmm. He would be able to conduct. He'd have a rod, and he could take the energy from the Tesla coil, and you could get the light in the rod, and it's a distance away from it. And they actually have a whole society of people who redo these experiments where you can see it for yourself. He got really close, and then they shut him down. And they said they shut him down because of what he did in Colorado. Because while he was trying to get enough electricity to light more than just a rod, because he made a giant Tesla coil that was he kind of shut down the power for the entire city. So like, it was like a big blackout for the whole city of Colorado, and people are like, "What the f?" And they're like, "Oh, it's that crazy guy Tesla." The whole idea of the mad scientist, the Hollywood image of it, came from Tesla. So
the thing to remember, though, is that Tesla was developing methods to distribute electricity, not to make it.
No, well, that's what I mean, is that he was trying to, well, free energy is basically like if he wanted to have it where you could get it yourself. Like if you have the conductor in the ground, you can have electricity. Like the way that, you know, he created the AC thing is that somebody has to have the station, the big power station, and, you know, distribute it to the government.
Right.
But if
was,
they could have it in their backyard, then they could just
he
buy
thought it
that,
would be waterfalls,
you know?
and things like that with transmitters for distributing the power. A lot of people mistake it, and I see a lot of stuff on the YouTube, people who believe that he was actually making electricity from nothing and that would be free. And basically all he was a genius at was the transmission of magnetic waves and electricity.
Well, the books I have with his notes, he was trying to make it free, and that's what him and JP Morgan kept arguing about, was that Morgan wanted, they were compromising on a product that they could sell, but that's not what Tesla personally wanted.
He wasn't making the power. He wanted the power to come from some source that the government owned, like a generator on a windmill or a generator.
Well, what books are you reading on that?
That was actual. That's from class, years of working in the field.
Which book?
At one point, geez, I wouldn't go to a book. I've been in the field for so long.
Well, I mean, like out of his notes.
Tesla was not into making the electricity without. I mean, he wasn't trying to do a perpetual.
Like the information you got was from books, right? Like, which of his notes did you get that from?
I won't go back to notes. I will go back to reality. On Tesla, it's well studied in many schools, and I don't remember the name.
Did you hear it in school, or did you see it, his work from his notes in the books that they compiled of his notes?
Books compiled of his notes. I'd like to know who compiled them.
Okay, well, I've got
you go off
several sources here.
We go off of people who give you grades for learning what he was working on. There in no way. Like I said, on YouTube, I see it.
Okay, the lost journals of Nikola Tesla.
Taking electricity from the air without putting electricity into the air.
The Colorado Springs notes. Check those out. These are.
So I would have extreme doubts about anybody.
The Colorado Springs notes, 1899 to 1900, from the Nikola Tesla Museum, where he made commentaries on that.
Yeah.
So if I could talk about the Tesla thing, I'm not very scientific, but I love the crossword, and I was a librarian. One time, this woman came in, and it was hilarious. Well, no, it wasn't. It was just a public library, and she walked in with her garage sale bags and everything. She sat on my desk, and she asked me, "So what's up with Tesla and HARP?" And I was like, at first I thought, what is this woman talking about? I was like, is she talking about HARP beer? I mean, clearly she's not talking about beer. The instrument, does it have to, like, stay in a certain temperature or whatever? Like, she's like, no, she said weather control and Tesla or something. And I was like, what, does HARP have to, like, stay in this temperature? And I was like, what the fuck is she talking about? And she actually thought that through HAARP, I think, HARP, that the government controlled the weather. So I sat there for an hour looking at this, like, Jesse Ventura weird stuff that our government was actually creating. And I'm like, okay, because she's old. And this was a few years ago, say, I don't know, 7 or something. But she didn't know how to use the internet. She didn't know how to be a librarian or search things. Actually, in fact, I don't know how to search for truthful information anymore. To be perfectly honest, I don't know how to, because it's very hard to have credible information. But and she wants me to basically tell her that conspiracy theories and their blogs are true, and I wouldn't do that. You know, I'm not the kind of person who would do that. So I sat there for an hour with her trying to find, and then I found out there was like a PBS, I think, special. It's always good if you're a librarian, one, to ask people if they have a library card. So I actually know how to say that in Spanish, even if I don't know how to speak any other Spanish. Tienes tu tarjeta biblioteca. And then I can find out what their problem is. So you have to, but they don't, sometimes they don't even know where they saw it. So it was like PBS. And I think there was a thing about Tesla and how he was killed in a hotel, and how and I had to do an hour's worth of research of this, by the way. Before
he wasn't killed, no.
I think this was before. I think this was before Twitter. I think this was before like the huge social media thing.
Yeah, there was a lot of. I do see a lot of like people say like, "Oh, the government killed him." They did. I think I do believe. I don't have. See, I hear this a lot, but I don't think I actually saw information on this that could be verified. That they did take some of his notes because he was making claims in the papers that he was making a death ray, but he was undiagnosed probably with bipolar. I'm pretty sure just from reading his notes, you know, and knowing a lot of bipolar people, that it was something like in that spectrum. So,
right.
Well, you gotta remember too that
I'm guessing that some of his notes were missing, but the thing is that, you know, back then there wasn't this, you know, there wasn't a Twitter, Facebook, there wasn't any of this stuff, so you could actually say,
all right.
Where did
let's let Broken Carpenter and then Aeolus and then Christian have a say. They've got their hands raised. So Broken Carpenter, is there something you wanted to say?
All I was gonna say is you can't leave before we do cooking. So.
I'm gonna have to postpone that because I didn't do it.
No, that's okay. I mean, whether you did or not, I mean, I did. So okay. I'll share later.
All right.
One of the items that is believed to still be in the classified pile for Tesla is nobody has ever found the notes on how he could induce people to diarrhea.
That's true. Yeah.
One of his favorite jokes was to make people stand in a certain place, and he would give them the runs.
Really? I never heard that. Like I have like 3 books on Tesla. I never heard anything about that.
The brown note.
The brown note.
The brown notes.
Just how would he do that?
Are you pulling our leg now? Like, is that real?
He really laid the foundations for basically microwaves. He was getting into the region, but microwaves are a combination of an electric wave and a magnetic wave. And of anything, he was the leader in understanding magnetic waves, where Franklin was the beginnings of our understandings of electronics. Really, Tesla, although there was magnetic scientists before, he was the one that really made the big breakthroughs
You just gave me an idea. If he really did that, and you're not like pranking me, because I never heard about this, and I feel like I'm fairly obsessive with his work, but it is hard because a lot of people, they throw a lot of rumor into things. You have to. That's why I'm so like, it has to be in his notes or I don't believe it, because the paper's made up a lot of stories about him too. You can be like, here's this paper on it. It's like, yeah, but he was the big mad scientist, so they were always exaggerating things in the papers about him. But,
no, sorry, it's hard for me to remember names from a presentation I saw 40 years ago from some.
Yeah, if he did do that, and he was obsessed with hand washing and his napkins at his restaurant and everything. Like maybe he had studied bacteria too. I don't know. It's possible if he actually did that. But I would have to find something on it. I'd never heard of that.
Well, he did a lot of research into the effect of magnets on bodies.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, it could be something like that. He was I remember reading one point and I was just like, this guy is so crazy, but it's the crazy people who are really smart. Like well, not all of them, but you know, when they're on that borderline, you know, where they're just the mad genius, you know, they're the cliche, but it's great. Like he was, when he was depressed, he was electrocuting himself in small amounts to get a buzz. Like he's like, this makes me feel so much better. I'm gonna cure people's depression with electricity. Like he literally like.
A lot of his experiments, if he performed them today, would cause major damage. The only grace of the time he did the experiments was before what we call CMOS. If he'd done anything after the CMOS age, it would have been devastating.
I remember hearing stories of like some guy who's like really pretty smart, but he would like inject himself with mercury. I forgot who he was.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. God, I can't remember.
Spesla's one of the things I like the most is his speakers. Was that he is the one that originated turning arcs into speakers, loud speakers. You know, speakers in the above the 180 decibel range, and people have put on the YouTube different mock-ups they've done of the Tesla music speakers, because they use zero crossing 100 years before it was developed for CDs. To create an extremely good sounding, if you're at a distance, speaker.
Hold on, I'm going to grab it off my Instagram. These guys, they were on America's Got Talent. Oh, somebody else is supposed to have a turn. I'll find it while you guys are talking.
We can't see you, though. It's really dark.
Somebody?
What?
Yeah, it's pretty dark out here. The show's over. I did manage to record the finale, but sadly there will be no sound for it.
Yeah.
That was awesome, Aeolus. I was watching it the whole time.
Thank you.
I told people you're doing coverage on Syria, Aeolus.
So wrong.
It probably would sound like Syria if I actually did record it. Oh, now I need to find my bike, which I think I left over there.
Don't drop your camera.
No, although that said, I am going to need to turn off my video feed. Not just to conserve battery, but because I don't think you guys would like to see the inside of my pocket for the entire ride.
Have a safe ride, man.
Alright. Now, let's see if I can find my key, actually. Oh, wait, it's already in there. That's convenient.
Well, at least no one took off with it.
Yeah, well, I can't, because otherwise I can't unlock my bike.
Okay.
Alright. We're good to go. Now to figure out if I can actually continue talking while riding a bike. This is going to be great times indeed.
Alright, Christian, were you going to say something earlier on the Tesla stuff or something else?
I mean, I was going to say when Steph was talking about him potentially having bipolar disorder, I was also going to mention that this was a guy also that only slept 2 hours every night. So you can imagine that kind of I don't know if he was a polyphasic sleeper, where he would take one big chunk of sleep, say 2 hours, and then throughout the day take little naps of 15, 20 minutes and get the rest of his sleep that way. Or he literally just slept 2 hours every night and that's it. But you can imagine if that were the case, how that could play some funky stuff with your mind, man, because you're not really...
But it's also a different time period then. It wasn't like a 9-to-5 jobs back then. And, you know, you have your own hours, I guess.
Oh, yeah, he was his own boss. I mean, after he left, you know, Edison, he was conducting all his experiments and everything.
Yeah, when he got J.P. Morgan sponsoring him, he basically could make his own hours. He just did that.
And J.P. Morgan.
There was something going on, like, you know, that there wasn't medicine for back then. We haven't even perfected it now.
Can I ask you guys something? I really loved Ariel singing Bob Dylan last night. I thought it was really great. I actually wrote a poem called America Revisited, and it goes back to Allen Ginsberg, the poet in the 60s. And I'm a little bit younger than that, and I didn't grow up with it, and I didn't get it. But when I was an English and French and sort of poetry major, and I read this, and it's very, very celebrated in New York, only probably because he was a Jew and he's famous now, and you know, but the thing is, I feel like I went line by line of his poem, and how nothing has changed, how nothing was changed. So I revisited it, I rewrote it, and I have a new version. So if anytime anyone wants to read it, or I should read it, I'd be happy to. But it's amazing. I don't know. I'm crazy. I'm a crazy person. But that's how I feel. If any of you know that poem,
which poem is it?
It's called America, by Allen Ginsberg, and it is about every single problem that he saw in that era, and I think that it's completely reflected in all of the problems, and I rewrote it for here, for not for here, but I mean for present time. Eventually, he's been dead for about 10 years now, but anyway, so I did that, and I didn't know anybody who was. If nobody likes poetry anymore, so I don't bother sharing it. But I guess it's just my.
If you want to read it, like, we'd all probably be interested in hearing it, right? Or am I the only one?
How long is it? If it's going to take like 30 minutes, then.
I'm volunteering everyone.
I mean, it's live. It's not 30 minutes. It says, America, I haven't given you anything you've noticed. I've paid my share of taxes and what I can towards my student loans. You've heard it before, but I can't stand my own mind. America, it's been 60 years since we were fighting a human war. Fuck you and your nuclear weapons. I'm nauseous, leave me alone. When I recover, I will write a poem that's too many characters to read. Anyway, that's how it starts.
What was the original? That way we know what changed.
It's called America.
No, I know.
Somebody has
but that was
posted it before, because that sounded familiar but different. You know, like that.
Yeah, that was your version, right, Amy?
The thing is, yes, this is my version.
Yeah, so I was just saying, if you read the original, that way we know kind of what the difference was between the original and yours.
But no, it's what I think it is. It's things, but things change over time. I mean, they change over a year. They have a different pace to them, and so I give Allen. I try to be as honest to Allen Ginsberg as I can, but I'm giving a new face to the same idea, and you know, and it just, people don't do that. It frustrates me.
Do you remember that song? Gosh, it's something with fire. It's a very political song. I didn't start the fire. So that was the song.
Yes.
Back.
No, from the 80s.
Yeah, and there's a couple.
Bill, right?
Yeah, there's a couple of remakes that were done, especially since like during George W. Bush's era, and I think probably someone might have done another one just kind of for what things are now. And I thought that was kind of cool how they changed the lyrics from the 80s to kind of how things are in the 2000 mid 2000s. And then I think they may have had like every year they kind of update it to just reflect what's going on that current like decade. And
but I think sort of the problem with the main pop culture or the way that it's presented sometimes is that it ends up being a talking point or narrative. It ends up pushing an idea, and I think what Allen Ginsberg, and yes, it was about an idea, but it was factually based. It had people or countries or events that were real, and you could actually look at the facts. And I think that now if you're doing that, it's just a remake. It's just a remake, and you're losing what the meaning was. I tried to do my best for Ginsberg here as a woman and as someone who's young, not dead and younger than him, but I try, and I don't know that I did that. I don't know that I did that, but I did try in all the words that I wrote. So, he wrote about communism. Our new communism. Apparently, we still have communism as an enemy, but which is I think fake these days, but I put that to Muslims in Russia, and or not taking aid from Cuba during hurricane. No, not the hurricane in Louisiana. Which hurricane
Katrina.
was that? It was Katrina. It was horrible, and it was completely economically, like, you could not get out of there. It was, and they wouldn't even take aid from Cuba, from Fidel Castro, because we're so against Cuba and communism and Fidel Castro that we won't take all their doctors and their aid in a disaster, an actual disaster. I mean, it's incredible. Or veterans, like, here's all these wars, and here's all them not getting medical care afterwards, PTSD, just mental illness in general. When I worked at a public library, they were shutting down mental institutions and homeless shelters, and they would sit there all day, and the people who lived in the community would be like, why are these people here? Get them out. And it's like, where are they going to go? Even de Blasio recently, what is panhandling is off-putting. Well, do something about homelessness. Like, what is your, like, I don't get it. I don't get it. But I'm the crazy girl in New York. I'm the drunk crazy girl. Sorry, guys. That's how I'm here.
Okay, Broken Carpenter had his hand raised. Right?
All right, I'm going to share this now.
The goats again.
All right, Gary. And, okay, so find the first one. Start with that one. That's the dough. With I made that with I took watermelon guts and about a cup and 2/3, little more than a cup and 2/3 of that slushed up. Then I warmed it up and put it in a bowl, added yeast and stuff, and got that.
So that's watermelon juice and not water added to the dough?
Yeah, you just when you're proofing your yeast, instead of using water, I used watermelon.
Dude, that's a good idea.
So then I went through and it doubled, and then
we missed it.
Then you missed it. Oh, damn it! I was trying to do. Okay.
Are you all right? We see it. It's risen.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, and then I took that. And it basically took a third of it and rolled out a third of it, lined the bottom of a dish or bottom of a metal bowl, and then used a slightly smaller metal bowl. I made all the little balls, and then, oh wait.
That looks pretty good.
Okay, I'm getting there.
What are you making?
So it's our food truck. So we each like every Saturday we would name an ingredient and then try to make a dish out of that for the next week.
Does
try to make something.
Person just get picked at random or something, or is it?
No, everyone tries to make it. I wanted to make it, but I missed it. So maybe next week I'll have this. What we're supposed to be done this Saturday and next Saturday.
Yeah, I could probably only pull this off once a month anyhow.
Okay, maybe once a month is a good thing.
My body's aching from this one, so yeah, I rolled out all the little ones and arranged them.
That's pretty.
Okay.
It's like a flower.
Did you taste it at that point?
Nah.
Okay.
Nah, I trusted it. I added just like, instead of 1 tablespoon of sugar, I added 2, and there's half a stick of butter in there.
Anybody else eat potato as a kid?
And then what I did was I took a dish, another metal bowl, and put a Dutch oven lid in it just to hold it down so that it wouldn't rise up like biscuits. And then I took, I'm getting there. I'm still pushing the button. Then I took these ingredients. So I used the garlic powder and the onion and the cayenne pepper. I used a little bit of curry and then a garam masala. And I mixed that in with my beans. And I also mixed in some, I had 3 chicken thighs that I deboned. And so I mixed all that up together, heated it up, and then I lined the thing and eventually came out with my flour and my
like the sheep.
I spread the bean dip around and then sprinkled it with sunflower seeds. I would mound it a little more next time. And I just saw that in the watermelon, and I had to add that on the sides. Anyhow, so it ended up being sort of, because the beans are just beans and cumin basically. It really lent itself to other Indian spices, because that's basically one of their spices. You add other stuff, and you got. So that the garam salam or whatever it is, it was just in my cabinet, and that's good stuff. But
so could you taste the watermelon?
It's a little bit. It's sweet. The bread's a little bit sweet. You can just taste it. If you just eat the bread alone, you can taste it, but not. It isn't like watermelon bubble, like watermelon bubble gum or something. It doesn't taste like watermelon. Eating watermelon. And I tried it with actual slices of watermelon then too, or pieces of watermelon. It was good that way too.
Do you think it was good enough to make again to eat, or do you think it was just?
Oh yeah, I'd make it again. My wife thought it was good.
That's pretty awesome. And Snort, did you show yours? I know you showed snippets of it, but not the details.
I didn't take much more details than that. My hands started getting icky. I didn't want to touch my camera.
Yeah. How did it taste? Did you like it?
Just like a normal burrito.
Okay.
It just tasted like a under-seasoned it compared to normal.
Okay.
And I think that was due to the tomatoes more bold than watermelon, and I also drained it.
Yeah. So, do you think you would make it again, or do you think you would change it up? Probably.
I'd probably leave the watermelon off and just go with a can of tomatoes.
Yeah.
I would have made mixed my smoked chicken and all the spices in, heated it up the night before, in a measuring cup or something, and then let it sit overnight in the fridge to sort of meld all the flavors better. That's about the only thing I would do differently. Because the bread was really good. I took it off. I took it out a little too early, and the middle wasn't done yet. So I took it out of the bowl and put it up because it was stiff enough by then to hold a shape. I put it on a pizza pan and let it go for the rest of the time. Probably took 25 minutes, half an hour at 425.
Yeah, when I saw you make that dough, I was like, watermelon juice would be interesting, and that was a good idea.
That one I lined up since I had that one figured out last week. I figured that one out. When we started talking about it, because I went down the list, I went, okay, I think I can do that. I knew it was going to be something like that. I just didn't know exactly what spices I was going to add, basically.
Man.
But I knew that smoky chicken and watermelon tasted good together. It does. There's another thing, too. You can actually take the white part of the rinds. You take that and you put it in rice vinegar.
Who else likes chicken and waffles?
You pickle those and you eat those. Those are good that way. It's like a whole salad thing you can make with yogurt stuff and smoked chicken and watermelon, and it's one of those awesome things. But
Broken Carpenter.
Chicken and waffles.
You like chicken and waffles?
I don't know, man. I mean, I wasn't raised around chicken and waffles, so that one's full. I know that it's a thing. It's just not something I ever.
It didn't sound good to me till I tried it, and then I was like, this is a thing, and I like this thing. But smoked chicken and watermelon is also very good.
Like eating it at the same time?
No, like you have the smoked chicken, and then you have the watermelon.
To just kind of wash it down or something?
It's the two flavors, okay. I think. Are you talking about eating them at exactly the same time?
I don't know. That's what I assume.
Yeah, because the salt and the smoky flavor goes well with the watermelon.
Really?
It's like eating cheese with an apple, or a pear. You think it sounds funky until you try a piece of a really hard cheddar and an apple, and then it's like, wow, these two things really taste so good together. So it's you have to think sort of outside of where your flavor spectrum is sometimes.
I've been to some barbecues where they have the smoked chicken and they have the watermelon, but I didn't realize you're supposed to eat them together at the same time. So
Bram, we might change food truck to the Baking Carpenter Show. That's what Bram said.
Like I said, you get that once a month. That's it.
Do you wear an apron while you're baking?
Sometimes. I'm good enough at dough. I got my sister bought me one of them KitchenAids, so I'm good enough with the dough hook that I don't need that. And by the time that I get my hands on it, it's not sticky anymore. I mean, I can take it still and knead it, but it's too much work on my shoulders.
Yeah.
But like I say, I could do this once a month.
Another strange combo is sauerkraut and pizza.
No.
Have you guys ever had sauerkraut on a pizza?
No.
It's good. No. You don't use marinara sauce. You use a mustard-based sauce and cheddar cheese. And someone handed me a piece of this pizza. I thought I was going to puke. And I was like, this is actually good.
I could see it working.
It's good, man. I don't know how to make it, so I can't recommend that you try it yourself, but it's worth trying if you ever see it.
All right, so
I make white pizza all the time with just you take olive oil, and you slosh a bunch of olive oil in there, brush it around on the dough, and then you put like artichoke hearts and spinach and all kinds of veggies. And you know, if you want sausage, you throw that on, and then you put your cheese over it. You know, like decent. You use like decent Parmesan and Romano and stuff, and you sprinkle that over it. You know, maybe some tomato slices sliced thin. Yeah, man, it's good stuff. Some feta cheese.
Like I make a pesto pizza with artichoke hearts and you know, like grated Parmesan. It's really good.
Does anybody else like to put the fat roasted garlic pieces on the pizza?
Me, I like doing that.
I had a friend who would eat cheese and banana or peanut butter and cheese together, just for snacks.
Peanut butter and cheese?
Peanut butter and cheese.
I mean, peanut butter and banana is amazing, and that's not that uncommon. I think I had it when I was a kid.
Okay, and then cheese and banana also. I think it was weird, but I actually tried it and it was actually pretty good. So there's some weird combos out there.
And did you when you were a kid take the school lunch and you have the roll and you have the chocolate pudding and you'd like dip the roll in the chocolate pudding and eat it?
I like little salt on watermelon. My mom used to salt bananas.
Yeah, that salt really goes good with sweet stuff. It brings out more of the flavor.
Yeah, I added a little extra. I added just a little extra salt to it than I would too. My dough had a little bit extra salt.
Stevie says peanut butter and mayo.
No, man, no. Who did that?
That's Stevie, Red Economics.
You're doing that on purpose. Mayo is the devil's juice, and you know it.
Mayo is disgusting.
Actually,
my final judgment.
My mom actually made a sandwich with peanut butter and mayo, and I was like, I'm not eating this, but I was so hungry. I was like, all right, I'll eat it, and it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad.
That's horrible.
Peanut butter and lettuce is about the weirdest thing I eat.
I haven't tried that yet. That sounds interesting. That would be an interesting texture.
Like just on its own, peanut butter and lettuce. That's it.
Yep, just put peanut butter on the lettuce.
Because I know like peanut butter and celery works pretty well.
With some little raisins on top. Those are the ants.
I can't eat raisins. Like raisins on their own, I like, but if I mix raisins with anything, I just don't like it. I don't know why. That's just me.
Raisins ruin the texture of a lot of things. Like some things, it's good, but like I see what you mean. It does ruin the texture of a lot of things.
Wow, there's a lot of foodie stuff. Grilled cheese with peanut butter. Jeremy Walker.
I like pancakes. Pancakes with peanut butter and syrup. Oh, that's a shit, man.
You guys want to know a hack for your food that is really easy? You get the fried green tomatoes on a grilled cheese, and you will be eating the most delicious thing you ever put in your mouth.
Jeffrey Pearson's sesame butter and bacon. Okay, go ahead, Amy.
Oh, I want to say something really dumb, but I love bread, but I hate cornbread and I hate biscuits. And I was at brunch, and I know I do listen to Tim Black, and I fucking hate cornbread. I hate biscuits. And people want my biscuits, like at Thanksgiving or at like food things, and I'm like, give me your sourdough or your baguette. I'm happy to have it. And
nobody's taking my buttery
biscuits.
biscuits.
And I'm like, I have never met another person who has not liked cornbread or biscuits in my life. I haven't. I have never, in my entire 38 years, ever met someone who hated cornbread or biscuits.
Christian says he doesn't like it.
Yeah, I don't like it now.
Have you admitted that in public?
Hey, what if we all say something we hate that everybody else likes? You want to go around and do that?
I like that.
Okay.
I really like this.
All right, so
You
she
know
doesn't like
everybody else
cornbread.
likes it, but they hate it.
Something I
Yes,
hate that everybody else seems to like is carrot cake. Garden gnome.
Let's see, probably escargot.
I do.
A lot of people won't refuse to eat it. I love it. Babalushi, yep.
Escargot.
Babalushi.
Anything with like coconut shredded coconuts on like.
I'm allergic to coconut. Evan, we're on the same team.
But it's just like raisins. I love coconut on its own, but if it's like on a cookie or a biscuit or something or a chocolate bar, I just don't like it.
I like the taste. I just can't eat it. It makes me sick.
I think I mixed that up. I thought we were.
Anyways,
go on. I'm working while I listen, so.
Bram, Christian, Snork, any?
I'll
Broken Carpenter.
I'll one up it before Bram and Christian, but I'm gonna say I've also never been able to stay awake to watch Star Wars more than 5 minutes in.
What?
Okay, we'll get to that later. All right, Bram.
So it's gotta be good. It's gotta be good.
Okay, just calm down, Steph. All right, Bram. Food that you don't like that everybody probably likes.
Honestly, I can't really think of it.
All right. If it comes up, just say it.
Yeah, I can't really think of it.
All right. Broken Carpenter, Snork, Christian.
Beef jerky.
Adam Sandler movies. I don't know, man. Food wise, man, I like everything everybody hates. I like it. Everything everybody likes, I like. So
Forsaken. Do you have?
I'm super picky. I mean, I don't eat any kind of seafood except for like regular fish fry or tuna. I hate spinach. I despise it. Don't like most green vegetables. I hate avocado, and everybody seems to love avocado. I hate it.
Yeah, I don't like avocado either unless it's in guacamole.
Oh, I have to have guacamole. I have to have it on my toast because I'm like a cool millennial.
Yeah, avocado toast.
Oh.
I took a picture of my avocado toast. I was going to post it online and tag a guy who made that article and John Podesta and be like, fuck you. But then I didn't because I couldn't figure out how to get it onto my Twitter from my phone.
An economically irresponsible millennial.
Anyways, wait, Christian, do you have anything yet, Bram or Stevie?
Well, I'm a vegan. I mean, besides that, I never liked candy. I just never liked candy. I never liked the sweet. I always had, I guess, an inverted taste buds. I always liked
bitter,
when I was in school.
terrible,
When I was a little kid, I used to look forward to getting sick to take the medicine because I used to love the taste of the medicine the nurses would give me at school. I liked that bitter taste when I was a kid.
Oh, that's interesting. Lucky you, though. It's probably easy to be on a good diet. Besides maybe getting high on cough syrup.
Robo tripping.
Well, all right. I figured it out. Licorice or gummy anything.
Wow.
That's chewing on tires. And especially black licorice. Black licorice. You can go out and eat turds that taste better than black licorice. I'm sorry.
Black licorice is the best. You just don't have a sophisticated palate.
Man, I'm aiming to tell you, black licorice are turds, and I'd be starving.
Yeah.
Well, if you ever get a lifetime supply of black licorice, you can give it to me, and I will take that.
I don't have much.
Oh, and then
I was stuck in northern Denmark at night on a Sunday, and around 6 o'clock, we started looking for a restaurant, and I didn't know that restaurants aren't open in Denmark on Sundays, at least back then. And the only thing that was open was gas stations. And every gas station, the only thing they had to eat was black licorice. And black licorice is very big there. It's the only candy they bother to sell because nobody buys anything else.
Wow. All right, Bram, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't have much of a sweet tooth. I don't eat a lot of sweets. I'm not really big on sweets. I love, I mean, instead of sweets, I do eat like a lot of chips and salsa. I mean, I guess that's what I eat instead. I don't have much of a sweet tooth.
I'm just thinking about the Danish and like assisted suicide, and they give them black licorice to push them to it at the end, you know.
So our next food truck ingredient, I'm picking black licorice.
don't go to a
no,
man.
No.
Because I wasn't even. His comparison, I don't care. I mean, there's much worse things to go on. But I actually seriously remember reading a New York Times article when I was in 7th grade. So I must have been like 11th or 12th. And Dr. Kevorkian was being tried for murder here. And I used to ask people, why is this in the New York Times? Like, why is he being tried for murder? I don't understand. Like, this is like a really nice thing to do to people. And I was really young, and the thing at the time was that this was clearly murder, and I didn't get it. And there was nobody there to tell me that maybe I was right. You know, it's like I was just this little kid. And so then I did a little bit of research, and it was super funny. In high school, my best choice, we had to, I went to sort of a Ritchie public school, high school, Westchester, New York. That's where the Clintons live now. Right. So I went to one of their public high schools. The teachers made a lot of money, but the students drove better cars, you know, and that's going to increase in all areas over the course of. Anyway, that's not the point. The point is that I had to choose to be a senator, right? In some sort of like weird like social studies class, I had to choose to be a senator. And I ended up with a senator who's still in the Senate today. And I wrote to him once recently, and it's Senator, the senior senator from Vermont, Patrick Leahy. And at the time that I was in high school, I said, is there anything like more liberal and Democrat than this? And my teacher told me no. That man is still there today. He voted against the Iraq War. I mean, well, I don't know. I'm the person who should have grown up, right? That's the tagline. You should be a Republican by the time you're such and such, and blah blah blah. I said, well, I don't agree, you know, and I probably looked at it. And the thing is, we don't even have the luxury of looking at those things anymore. We don't have the luxury of looking at euthanasia or whether we care about drugs being legal or not. I mean, there is so much corruption, and there's so much precedent that allows Supreme Courts and governments to legally do what they do, that I'm sorry, I'm so disheartened. I'm so disheartened these days. I'm sorry, that's terrible. But I also thought the other day, which is horrible, that the environment is such. How can we? Why are we like doing these? Why are we trying to even do this? I mean, we have 200 years. I mean, this is massive corruption and horribleness that we have to like somehow, you know, undo. I don't have a solution. I want people a solution, okay? Or I want people working towards them. We don't have that. We don't have that, and we don't have the law on our side either. In almost anything. I mean, we do and we don't, because they're not going to go in our favor these days. Even if there's that precedent that might support our argument, we don't have that, and I'm sorry for it. Sorry. Anyway, yay, Patrick Leahy. He's really old, but he's still there. He's a senior senator from Vermont. He was our liberalist at the time I was in high school, and Bernie Sanders has taken over his seat as the junior senator from Vermont. But I did write to Patrick Leahy and tell him that I represented him in my high school. So. I wish I could have done more.
Right. Are you still in Westchester, Amy? I was asking Amy if she still lives around the Westchester area.
Oh, no, I'm in New York City. I did go, I went to, I lived in, I guess Westchester, New York. That's where I grew up.
Yeah. Yeah, you sound like it.
Yeah. Oh, shit. Sorry.
Were you also
only when I'm drunk. Only when I'm drunk.
Only when you're drunk, right?
Yeah, I got the accent out when I went to college in Massachusetts here. The coffee goes to coffee.
Yeah.
Cafefe? Did you say cafefe?
Huh?
Nothing.
There is some fake. It's got to be a CTR, like a Correct the Record or CIA or something, like this fake account called Cafefe that just keeps arguing with Bernie people. Like, it tried to keep arguing with me. I went to the store. I came back. There was like 45 messages from this freaking account that's just been sitting there for like 4 hours, just beating the keyboard. It's like, have you figured out that I left and did other things and I have a life?
You can't.
You know what? That's a sign of obsessive behavior.
No, it is.
Every once in a while, I'll leave one more comment. You know, it's like I'll pick the post that it's easiest to just take another jab at them, and then they just go on for another 3 hours. I'm like, this is hilarious. Because it's like obviously it's. I think it's a real human behind it, but it's so. What?
I doubt it. It could be, but I doubt it.
Oh, you saw that? You know, like, it's so bad. It's like it's got to be like an older, out of touch person. Maybe it is a bot. I just like
but
it was.
Could be a younger person.
But if it was a bot, wouldn't you think it would always have the same response time to do a reply? No.
Depends on how it's programmed. No, not necessarily.
You think they just put like a randomizer of like length of time?
Oh yeah.
Obnoxious. Yeah, because it is kind of like the responses they're very typical, you know?
Right.
None of them, it's like the sentences make sense, where it's like with the bot, you usually catch them and say something that sounds kind of off every once in a while. Like it tries to make the sentence and you go, that's not something, that looks like something someone who's like English is not their first language, you know? But this thing, the sentences have made sense. They're just so dumb, you know. It's. So, I can't even explain it. You just have to see it.
Yeah.
The thing is, most of Hillary's supporters were just bots. That's why she got bots.
Yeah, but I mean, they're not literally bots. They're real bots. You know? They're humans who've been turned into bots. That's a different thing than an actual bot program.
Well, you can tell that it's me and not a bot, because I usually use some off word like fuckeronymous or something in the middle of it. So
that's a new one.
Yeah, I couldn't believe that Elizabeth Beck got thrown off for language, because if anybody should have got thrown off for language, I mean, hell's bells. I mean, that's where I go out and scream into the wilderness. I go there to like read things that other people post, retweet things that I see, and like scream into the wilderness. I don't really want to interact with people. If they want to talk to me, that's just fine. If not, it's just out there. You know.
You said they're broken. I have that mentality where it's like I'm just going to keep putting this information out there, and I'm not going to like care if anybody's actually commenting it or retweeting. Like I'm just going to keep pumping it out. Like it's like I'm going to retweet other people, and I'm going to say how I feel, and I'm just going to keep going. And it was I didn't even notice for 2 days I was shadow banned, and it seems to be okay again. It is funny enough. It's people started posting and retweeting right after I accused the guy in the Joy Reid thread. There was a guy saying like, I have documents of the forgery. And I was joking around being like, hey, can you hear me? Did the KGB get you? Where's the forgery? Show us which ones. You know, like I just kept posting that guy being like, did they shadow ban me? And then he thumbed it up. And it's like immediately after that, people could retweet me, but nobody was. And I was telling Evan, I was like, who are you supporting me? I don't know what's going on. And I messaged Jamal and I was like, hey, Jamal, did you see my post? Like, you know, like I was worried about you at the surgery. He's like, what, you posted my comments? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, I never saw them. And I was like, God damn, it clicked right then that I'd been shadow banned because my account was locked out when I started posting the CNN meme thing. Like I tagged them directly being like, are you sure you want to mess with artists? You know, like you want to go there, make it the corporate media versus the artist. And it was like an hour after that, all the 4chan people came in. So it was just a coincidence, but my account got locked after that because I think they thought I was threatening them or something. I have no other explanation for it because I didn't do anything. Maybe I put up a video that was funny that had some curse words in it, but it was like I myself, I don't think I was cursing even. So it's like, I was like, what the hell did I get locked out? And it said, here's the terms and services that you broke. They didn't tell me which ones.
I got pulled by somebody. I got pulled by somebody for, I don't know, called him a fuckwad ignoramus or something. And, you know, it was like a 24-hour deal.
You get the, Broken Carpenter's got the old school curse words.
Well, I mean, you know, if you're gonna talk to me, I'm gonna, you know, and if I started swearing at the beginning, it's usually because the worse pain I'm in, the more I swear, and so I'll just, you know, let it all out there, you know, so that's hanging in the wilderness, and somebody will come along and take offense to it or something, and then it's like game on. So I don't really...
so kind of want to ask a question because this one was a hard one for me. Because it's kind of the same thing with the CNN issue. Artists that depict Muhammad in art or anything.
Right.
What do you guys think about that?
It depends.
We have to be consistent. We have to be consistent. I mean, we have to decide. Consistency is really, really hard, and that is something I did study a little bit. But the Kathy Griffin thing, it's just the immediate outrage about people doing things and whether or not they incite violence or they incite these things, free speech or whatever. And I think, and there's a line there. There's a line there. And it's always, I think it's drawn by a court.
Now,
well, I mean, there's a huge difference between Pamela Geller holding an art contest that, you know, it's a bunch of winos in an auditorium kind of thing, and like after Charlie Hebdo, all the editorial artists doing things. That's sort of different. You know, there's like real artists, and then there's people that are trying to inflame other people, you know? And so, yeah, I mean, they're free to do it. It's just a dumbass thing to do, you know? I mean, I can see why people, they're artists that push everybody's boundaries. It's one thing. People that just want to push boundaries against one group of people, that's another thing altogether, you know? If it's meant as an editorial comment, it's one thing. If it's like, you know, some sad ass picture of an asshole or something, you know, it's not, you know, it's not really a super editorial comment kind of thing. So anyway,
all right, Steph, go ahead.
Yeah, it's not about restricting people. It's just like saying there's dumb ways to do things and there's other ways to do things. I guess.
All right, Steph, You had your hand up?
I wish I.
Amy, let Steph go. She had her hand up. But, sorry, we can't see your hand, Amy. You can go after Steph.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to add to what Broken Carpenter was saying, but I have this delay. So once I started seeing that you're having other people raising the hand, I was like, oh, well, that's useful. I'll do that. Because I don't want to interrupt anybody. But yeah, with what he's saying, like, for me, it is very specific, is that art goes exactly like free speech in that the artist should be able to depict whatever they want. It's fascism to demand that they don't draw Muhammad. I know it's like their religion, but that's that if you're in that religion, then you don't draw Muhammad. It's the same thing with, like, if you are Christian and you don't believe in, you know, gay marriage, then you don't get gay married. You don't force that on other people. But at the same time, you also, with your free speech, don't scream fire in a movie theater. There has to be limitations. You don't incite people to violence like, you know, Charles Manson did. So it's like, if someone draws a picture of Muhammad and it says like jihad on all Muslims, kill them all, like something where it's like encouraging it's like, if it incites the violence and it's not clearly satire, that's when it to me, I think that person is dangerous. They're using free speech to destroy, or they're using because I mean, the art is, I guess, a form of free speech, even though it's weird because it's not speech. Like, it's like, I guess we need like a.
No, it's free. It's a way of expressing speech.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Anytime it starts to cross that boundary, to me personally, and it's hard to define when you cross that boundary of when you're inciting violence against others, and it's not clearly satire. Like in the case with the wrestling thing, I think it's ridiculous because wrestling is fake. The meme is fake. It's obviously a joke. You know, the Kathy Griffin thing is a little bit more, it looks like, let's rip off the head of Donald. It's a little bit creepier, but it's still okay. I'm still frustrated with this person, you know, like, but that's when it starts to get into the area where I'm like, what are you doing? You know, because I don't even like Donald Trump, but that's like kill, you know, like joke around it, you know, like she wasn't wearing a Jason Voorhees mask, so it was like, I just feel like it was bad satire, you know, like if that was the intent. So, but then there's obviously, like, Charlie Hebdo people were warning against terrorists. They came off very racist to some people, and I guess if you look at their stuff, it's kind of on the borderline of like maybe the French version of alt-right, you know. But they were claiming that it wasn't meant to be racist, but then so do the alt-right people. So that's a controversial thing. But they weren't inciting violence against Muslims ever, or Jews. They were just making fun of people. But it is a little bit, some of the content looks outdated in the same way, like you see the old Disney caricatures and the people, like, they have these stereotypes of like facial, like the Jews with the big nose kind of thing, and the Muslims with the raggly beards and stuff, and you know, like even the women being drawn a certain way. Like it's like it still should be their right to do that until they get to a point where they start. I feel like the point where you have to stop an artist is when they start doing something that encourages taking free speech away, because the whole point of the free speech is the freedom. When they do something propaganda to take that away as their free speech, it's should watch out for that. Like, and that's where, you know, I don't believe in libertarianism fully. Like, anything has to have balance. So that's my feelings on it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Amy, you wanted to say something?
Oh, well, to end the point, if there was libertarianism, there probably wouldn't be just CNN propelling its, you know, propaganda to everyone. I actually hate all of these stations for the fact that, and it's, I mean, if there's not a war, they love to talk about themselves. They love to talk about their free press and their free speech and all this thing. Oh my God, Mika's faceless. Oh my God, this meme and about us, and it's violence towards us, and it's like, you don't understand. And then they do the same sort of violence towards someone else. And I want somebody to tell me the difference between if what they want as free, honest press and an ability to express yourself how you want to. And I you know, I'm not a proponent. Like, if you look deeper into this guy, I don't like if he's anti-Semitic. I don't like any of that. But that's not the issue. And then they'll distract from the issue, and they're going to be like, we're right, and you're wrong, and this is how much time we're going to spend on us being right and you're being wrong on me. I'm CNN, and I just, it's so gross. It's so, to me, it's ridiculous. And about that particular thing, it's not only that they actually show me. They show memes making fun of other people. If you want to take a jab at somebody who's not me, who's not CNN, that's okay, and we're gonna show that as news, because that's really easy for us. We can look at a Twitter, we can look at a meme. We have somebody that we pay a very minimum wage to do that, and we're gonna find that information and we're gonna put it out there, and then it's gonna get a lot of hits. It's gonna make us a lot. This is not an acceptable outlet for media. Like, this is not acceptable. I find everything that I look at as hypocritical as this, and the fact, but the media talking about themselves is just what has to be one of the most arrogant, hypocritical things that I see these days. Because and they don't get it. They don't get it. They don't get it. That people should have the same right. But it's about them. It's not about everybody else out there. So if it's not Russia, too, you know, they can distract with their own, like, oh, Mika's facelift, and then the blackmail, and the you know, memes, and CNN. So this is outrageous to me. Sorry.
That's all right. Go ahead, Ailes. You had your hand raised?
Oh, yeah. I just thought I'd lay my 2 cents on the whole meme thing. Like, you know, I've said this before, and I kind of loosely mentioned this on my call-in last night. But there's a difference between, you know, posting violent imagery that can directly help to promote violence towards somebody, like the whole Kathy Griffin photograph, the flash game about beating an Indonesian. I mean, those are pretty graphic depictions of violence towards specific individuals, and I certainly would not desire to justify or condone that kind of behavior. I personally think it's rather disgusting, and it speaks to a degree of character that is rather unbecoming of the individuals involved in that. But the thing is, like, the whole CNN thing was that it was a fucking Reddit meme based on the fucking WWE, which if you're still inclined to believe that the WWE is the ultimate source of violence in our society, I personally like to think our glorification of war and the glorification of the military-industrial complex is probably a far, and whatever the NRA's next advertising strategy is going to be, is a far more far more dangerous promotion of violence than 30-second meme of Trump beating up the president of the WWE with the CNN logo plastered over his face. And the fact that CNN felt the need to go to not just, if it had just been that they had condemned it or ignored it, we probably wouldn't even be talking about this. But the fact that they did something that I only ascribe to GamerGator's MRAs and the other Sargon fans, which is that they decided to snoop for this guy's personal information. Contacted him directly, telling him, "Hey, we found your info. We're coming for you next." And the guy was so pissed and scared that he actually was forced to apologize, take down his post.
Mhm.
Regardless of him being a giant racist asshole or not, it is besides the point in this scenario. Because the fact of the matter is that CNN has now made it their policy to directly attempt to find people for whom they think are threatening their narrative, and starting to dox them if they do not comply. I don't think I even have to explain further why that's problematic.
Yeah, what I had to add a little bit on what you just said and what I said earlier. Is, what I feel is that, like, in this, as an example, if God, I can't remember her name now, but I've seen the picture where she's holding all she's doing is holding a decapitated head of Donald with blood all over it. I don't understand how that's any different from ISIS. You know, like that is like, it's like, I'm sure in her head she thought it was satire, because I mean, I don't see her as someone who's actually planning to kill Donald Trump for real. Like, or
yeah, but it's really dangerous rhetoric. That's the problem.
Yeah,
it's not that she thinks it is. It's that somebody else could take this as a oh, maybe we should go out and do this.
I think it was like metaphorical to her to stop him, but it was just very bad satire. And, you know, like, all she would have had to do is, like, maybe dress up like Freddy a little bit and have the claws say logic, like, you know, like something where it's like, this is metaphorical, and, like, you know, like, logic kills Donald Trump because he's ridiculous. Like something, say, stop what he's doing, you know, like, because the meme thing, it was like, they replaced a real human's head with the CNN logo. It's not inciting violence against anyone in particular. It's obviously a metaphor. CNN is a problem. Trump is taking them down.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, it's very obvious. It's very good satire. The guy may have been a jerk who was anti-Semitic, but it was good satire.
Yeah, I mean, that one thing he did
if that was Chris Christie punching out CNN, it would be totally different.
Just
if it was reported on CNN.
Hey, Amy, just a sec. Okay, I think that the idea of the CNN thing was, like, so stupid. I mean, I think they felt left out. And so it was like they had to get involved in all the Trump drama because, you know, Morning Joe was involved with Trump drama. So I think that happened. But like, there's the president and, like, people in public life that are in our government have a sort of protection around them, and so threats towards them are treated differently than average people, because they should be. You know, assassination isn't out of the ordinary, or, you know, killing people or trying to. It's been done. So that isn't, you know, outside of the ordinary. And yeah, it was bad satire. It was bad. I'm sure she thought in her head that it was going to come off a different way, and it was too believably done. It was, she had to either clown that up somehow, you know.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's you know, and for the right to act all like kerfuffled, you know. I mean, Ted Nugent stood on stage and said, you know, awful things with guns in his hand, you know, and I think that that's as much of a threat as is what Kathy Griffin did, and he lost some gigs over it. You know, that shit happens. It's not political correctness. It's just called public civility. And there are some things that civil society says, Nah, I mean, we're just not going to put up with you saying this shit or doing this just because you've got like a little niche society that thinks it's cute because, there's a whole group of people that were killed during the Holocaust that doesn't think the swastika is really cool,
Yeah,
and it
just
shouldn't be
you
joked
have the
about.
right to say it. We have the right to tell you to F off.
Yeah, we can tell you you're fucking dumbass. That's our freedom, and so I think it's not. It's the idea that free speech is shut down. Free speech is shut down by the government all the time, and there's time after time that it happens. So I mean it's the idea that they're going to try to say somebody's inciting violence always to shut you down.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, no matter, and it's what the state doesn't want to hear. They'll let go what, is harmless to them. But if it challenges the power structure, then you're dangerous.
Yeah, but like that speaks so much to it because like there's one thing that's like I should make this clear. Like I am not in a camp that like saying anything is within that these think people, motherfuckers, and CNN aside, the alt-right tends to be filled with this same group of assholes who like to think that freedom of speech only applies to them. And then suddenly, when somebody comes up with a counter opinion or a counter narrative to them, they think they're being censored, and then fly into hysterics. Like at this point, it's almost I'm almost tired of having to explain to people about the difference between about your free speech being censored by the government or a private corporation like CNN and private citizenry saying I don't want to have to deal with your shit. And at this point, like why? There's a certain point, and Richard Dawkins, I think, described it perfectly. And I personally think he's a wank stain on a lot of regards. But he did have a good point. When a parody is so close to the real thing, why bother wasting time trying to decide which is which?
I don't propose to have an answer to who and which is which, but I do think that should be part of the discussion anyway. And but I also, I mean, I don't think being having some sort of objection about Kathy Griffin and free speech is anywhere near something that's monetarily impacting our elections. I mean, there has to be at least some sort of discussion about what it is. I was actually stupidly talking over, whatever brunch with a friend of mine about, the outrage over the objectification of women in porn. Personally, as a woman, I'm not a fan of it. I've had, and people have joked with me. They're like, "Oh, you think you have a boyfriend who doesn't believe in that?" I was like, "No. I've had actually boyfriends who actually don't like porn. Like that actually exists. Sorry, guys, it does. And then sorry, sometimes it doesn't. But the truth is that an objectification of women. We can't prove that, and I don't want. This is where and this is where the narratives go. This is where our energy goes. Our energy goes on objectification of women in porn, or it goes on free speech and this small issue. And the thing is, it's I don't know. I was accused at work. I was actually accused and not being able to see the trees in the forest. And that's a problem these days. I mean, like, to me, that's a problem. One, because I can't think about, no, I can think about the trees. I can think about the trees. But the problem is nobody cares where it's going to lead us, what the consequences are anymore, or what the overall philosophy is. And people don't care. And it's very, very tiring to me.
Yeah, like, to me,
I'm insane. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. Like, I mean, I understand if people don't necessarily want to be in a position that they want to have to talk about that constantly. I personally do think that those conversations have a meaningful place in our discourse, and that they are things that should be brought up as we deal with some of the more practical issues pertaining to social justice and oppressed groups within society. I do think that there's a meaningful place for that conversation, because, as I've kind of iterated before, our culture is part of the mechanism by which we justify these practical conditions existing in the first place. And if you're in a position where you devalue women's sexual agency, it's not particularly surprising that a lot of the laws that get passed don't put a lot of emphasis for that. So I do think that there is a statement to be said about that, about how our culture impacts comes to impact our laws, and our laws impact our culture, and vice versa. But I would agree that hyper focus in either direction is really unhelpful to the general discourse. What I've said before, and what I'll reiterate here, is that there needs to be room for both. There needs to be, one cannot exist without the other. You need to be able to discuss and make movements on policy while also simultaneously dealing with cultural aspects, which help to not only structurally justify it, but also to normalize those policies and behaviors in the general public and public eye. That would be my position.
Well thought out, as always.
Thank you.
And trust me, all around tonight. This is getting really interesting. That we're getting into the depths of things.
So I heard you say you were shadow banned, and I actually saw that once somewhere else. What exactly does that mean? It means you're banned, but you don't know it?
I didn't know what it meant. Like, I wouldn't have even known. I would have just been like, what the hell? You know, but it occurred to me after I started talking with Jamal and DM.
I heard you say that. I was driving.
They shadow ban you so that they don't outright ban you. So that by the time you notice, you know, like the topic that you were in has been, the news cycle has passed, you know, like that you have less of an effect, and that you can't cry out, they censored me, you know, like, because, you know, it's like they find the troublemakers, supposedly, about a certain thing, or the people who are triggering something that they don't want, you know, like that the corporation doesn't want. And it's kind of like mute, but you don't know you're muted. And I found out about that, and I'm assuming that's what happened, because they locked me out. They gave me the terms and violations thing, then they let me back in, and I was able to post and everything. But suddenly nobody was retweeting or liking anything or responding to any of my comments. Like, I'd leave people questions being like I saw Jamal's post in the hospital, and I was like, hey, what happened? And then he never answered. I'm like, did I piss people off? What did I do? You know, like, and it was like the next day, I said something to Tim Black. He didn't do anything. He normally responds in some way, or likes or retweets. And it's like after the 24 hours was up, he retweeted something. And I was like, wait a minute, because I had seen Craig Murray. He had stats. He had programs to watch these things. And he showed everyone in his blog. This is the guy who said, they're lying about the Russia hacking because I'm the one who the leaker gave the information to that I took to Julian. This is the ambassador for Uzbekistan. You can look up his profile on Wiki and everything. He's on Twitter. He knows that he was shadow banned. He explained to everyone how it works. They did that after, shortly after, they did literally ban that Milo Yiannopoulos person or whatever. And the backlash was so big that they came up with this thing where they can censor people where they need to at a critical mass, you know, like that they feel going to get in the way of they don't want people to realize this as it's happening. They try to stop viraling from happening by putting people on mute that are having a big effect. So, and I had directly tagged CNN being like, hey, do you really want to make this a corporate media versus artist thing? And then I guess like one of the other people from, because it was like I saw a 4chan thing or whatever, come in and say something. And it was like, next thing I know, I was kicked out. Like, and that was on the CNN blackmail hashtag thing. After I retweeted a few posts, it was like 10 minutes later, bam, I was kicked out. I was like, what the F? I had to like put my phone number in to prove it was me. It took like 2 hours to get back in my account. And then for about 24 hours, nobody saw my tweets or my posts. And it occurred to me when I started, you know, DMing Jamal and being like, hey, is everything okay? Did I upset you? And he's like, no, have you been posting to me? And I was like, God damn it, they shadow ban me. So you don't even realize it's happening because you can still use all of your stuff, but nobody will see your post for 24 to 48 hours.
That's incredibly fucked up. So I saw Lee Camp mention minds.com. So I actually went on there a while ago and started up an account, but I haven't really been on it much. So there's Minds, and then there's I think it's Mastodon or something like that. I mean, maybe it's time to leave Twitter. I mean, I don't want to be on some thing that's gonna. I know Facebook does that.
Yeah, I left Facebook completely. I'm not ready to leave Twitter completely yet because there's a lot of people who are. I want to get their information from there, but yeah. I do think that platforms for independent media. We need a backup plan and people to use that other thing that is not owned by these, you know, top 1%, you know, that are, I mean, like they run so much like Google and Bezos and,
I don't know how they come up with, that's just messed up. How they come up with who they should ban. I mean,
well, there's ties apparently, like, a lot of these really big, like Mark Zuckerberg has been talking. They use the really big social media platforms. They meet with them to discuss things for the government because it's like it affects so many people. They can collect that data and they can, you know, they can look at people and spy on people. I left Facebook after they started spying on the Standing Rock protesters. They were, I wasn't able to go in person, but I was helping other people who were there with live stream. And they started collecting the information to people to use it to arrest them at Standing Rock. So, and it's real easy on Facebook because all your information's right there out in the open for them.
You know, you should probably help me look into the stuff Broken told me about, which I still have not dug into enough. The fusion centers.
I don't know anything about that. Fusion is. I heard about that, but I do know that there's a lot of people. If you're talking about the Fusion Network, they have like a lot of conspiracy against Young Turks because.
No, not the Fusion Network. Fusion centers. They're a law enforcement.
Yeah.
I don't know about that either.
They're a post 9/11 creation of state, local, and federal agencies, law enforcement agencies. And
I read a little bit about it, but it was definitely something I would get lost in.
They're set up to spy on First Amendment. Basically, they spy on activists most of the time. I mean, you know, they're supposed to be chasing down terrorists or something, and, you know, most of these terrorist attacks have been stopped
they
by
had
people that
Standing Rock
knew
people
them.
on terrorist watch. The FBI.
Well, of course they do. They're eco-terrorists. See, that's the thing. People throw around that word, and you got to be careful because terrorist is an ambivalent is a word that can be used to capture everybody.
Mm-hmm.
If we aren't, and that's the thing about this. That's why the idea of I'm all for free speech and free reciprocating speech right back at you. That's the way I figure about it. That if people can drown you out, that's as good a way to go as any. But the fusion centers, they've infiltrated, Occupy. They infiltrated Black Lives Matter. They infiltrated Standing Rock. Standing Rock, they used a subcontractor that, not CrowdStrike, it's Tiger Swan. That's it. And but basically, there's all kinds of extra legal ways that they get around spying on people and building up dossiers. I mean, they took like, I don't know, 5 or 6 anarchists, or people that were known to hang around anarchists or whatever in the Northwest. They picked them up like on totally unrelated charges, or they picked them up for it on some crime they were totally unrelated to. And then they took them and held them in contempt of a grand jury because they wouldn't talk. They wouldn't testify to a grand jury because you're not allowed to use your Fifth Amendment rights, and because they wouldn't take away others' rights to use their Fifth Amendment. So basically, they said, we won't speak in this, because it was like a witch hunt. They just wanted names and stuff.
Well, the other
they build
thing
up these files, and they use them to then make profiles of all the activists in the area, so they know what's happening and where you are. And if you go to a protest, if you're carrying your phone, they have everything that's on your phone. Because with Stingray stuff, if they want to have your phone, they'll have it. And it's been, they use basically, like I say, SWAT teams are no longer like part of your local police department. They're like this group that's a private sort of, it's really bizarre. They do all these legal ins and outs so that they're not beholden to law as other law enforcement. It's very scary how much extra legal shit that goes on and shit that's just illegal, or should be illegal. Post the 9/11 and the NDAA and everything else, they could do anything they want, and we don't have rights. We have, basically permission to do things, basically.
Well, the other thing about the Northwest is it's not only anarchists that they're watching. They're watching environmental groups who they've been targeting pretty hardcore for 10 plus years now. And you've got the white supremacy groups up there.
And the peace activists.
Yep. I mean, it's just like a hotbed up there of like crazy things going
on. Peace activists were blocking an entrance. I mean, they had this Army intelligence guy was gathering intelligence for the police or for the feds. If I can't remember the Army base, it's a naval base. Can't remember which one, but it's up on one of the. It's near. I want to say Bremerton, but I think that may be wrong.
Yeah, it's crazy up there. That cat picture was hilarious, though. I don't know if you guys saw that.
I mean, so like the idea that like the free speech people come into Seattle or they come into Portland, those people, have a lot of Eurocentric white identity groups with, that come with them. And the thing about it is there's been a history in the Northwest, and it's sort of a pride issue of some sort that that kind of person doesn't feel comfortable to stand in the middle of the street and yell his words, because there should be, there will be other people yelling back at you, kind of thing. So,
well, the other crazy thing you got going up there is it's kind of a pipeline to the Asian black market, like Seattle and up into Canada. Like a lot of the Asian black market gets things back and forth, gets things done up there. So you've got that going on too. It's just crazy up there.
I mean, that could be, for all I know, that's a whole different ball game. And
oh yeah, like Northern California, all the way up the coast there,
Well, I mean, there's the Green Triangle and stuff, but I mean, with legal pot in Washington and Oregon, it's kind of, and BC's basically legal, or it was, and so it was pretty easy going in the Northwest as far as that goes. But heroin came in and went and came back, and so I
well, not just drugs and things like that, but like white collar crimes, like trading off real estate for this and that and laundering money. If you look, when you see a lot of these money laundering cases that come over from Asia, these real estate scams that happen on that northern west coast area.
Yeah, Broken. How long have you been out in the Northwest? I know you said you were from Philly.
25 years, maybe.
Oh, okay.
20 some years. But, and I mean, I've talked to people in town, and, I mean, Portland, you're talking about the Asian black market. They still have it like Shanghai tunnels. They'll be drilling for a building, putting in earth anchors. They drill in, and they it's just a way to anchor back a wall of dirt while you're working in one of the pits. And they'll be drilling in there, and they'll hit a hollow spot, and it'll be one of those tunnels.
That's cool.
Especially down by the river. Yeah, down by the river, there's still places that have the table that you can turn and or that kind of
like
Shanghai. You wake up
playing some Pai Gow.
Yeah, you were drinking. See, you were sitting there at a table drinking, and the next thing you know, you're in a ship in the middle of the Pacific. But there's a lot of things that are happening underground, but underground's everywhere.
Well, that's why the feds, they seem to be more, for a long time now, they seem to have been pretty active, at least publicly, in the Northwest. And,
well, from
those are all the reasons why, there's just tons of crazy things going on.
Oakland on up. I mean, they don't like the politics, and that's what it comes down to. They don't like the politics are not establishment politics, so they don't. That's my thinking, at least.
How much does the weather bother you?
Well, right now I live in a four-season place.
Oh, okay. Wait, Yakima?
Yeah.
How far is that? Wait, that's Washington State. But
it's Eastern Washington. It's Eastern Washington. Think apples, not like rainforest.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, and then I used to live up, north of Portland in Washington State, but near Portland.
Okay.
So, I mean, and when I lived there, I mean, you get used to it. Weather's weather. And it's like one of those things you don't bitch about because it rains on everybody. So it isn't like you're some particular person that gets rained on. Everybody gets rained on. It's just the way it is.
Yeah, some people with chronic pain, like myself, when you have certain things, like for me, my head, it's my head pressure. So like stormy and rainy weather, you always hear people say that about their joints and things that will bother them. I always feel worse when the weather's crap. I think it's the barometric pressure and my head pressure, but
yeah, well, yeah, I'm the same way. I'm the exact same way. But yeah, I mean, when I was working and I wasn't in pain all the time, yeah, it was nicer. It would still get to my joints, but not now like now.
Yeah.
Hey, can I ask you guys about something I'm a little conflicted about? It's First Amendment wise. So recently they did that rubberized thing where they allowed Missouri money, taxpayer money, to Supreme Court decided that Missouri taxpayer money had to go to rubberize a playground at a school, a Catholic or Christian school, and they limited it in their opinion, and I thought that was very dangerous, and I was super opposed to it. With all my God, I think that's a horrible idea. But next session, they're actually going to decide the Baker case, sort of on the West Coast. Like, I don't want to sell a wedding cake to a gay couple, and this is my business. And it's not about they're gay or not. Like, if I want to frame the issue, it's not about whether they're gay or not. It's about selling them. So if you're gay and it's your birthday, all right, I'll sell a cake. But if you're getting married, I don't want to sell you a cake. And one thing that I learned in law school that I think is absolutely atrocious, and I agree with the conservatives, like seriously, like Thomas, Scalia, said, and everybody else, is that we shouldn't have extended the Commerce Clause. And it has been good has been done for it, and very bad has been done for it. So from what I remember, there was one really bad case where this family was trying to grow wheat in Texas on their own thing, on their own farm. They were selling wheat, but they were also using some. And the federal government came in and regulated their own wheat based on the Commerce Clause, because in the aggregate, and these were the words, it would affect interstate commerce. And to me, when I heard that, I'm a really bad lawyer because I hated it. I mean, I hated it. That put me in the Scalia, Clarence Thomas thing, and I agree with them. But what I wasn't good with, not overall, of course, but on the Commerce Clause, I side with the conservatives. And yet, but the thing is, they have that precedent made by liberals to do bad now, okay? And some of them with no philosophy, and Scalia it was anti-Commerce Clause. You have Gorsuch now. He's like Donald Trump. He's like a sort of unpredictable, he has no philosophy, legal wise anyway. But the thing is, it's all there. Like, you can use a Commerce Clause for anything. You can use eminent domain for almost anything. You can use these things. It all exists, and you can make an argument. It's very, very difficult, but and I personally, I'm sort of, democratic socialist, like radical crazy girl. But the thing about the baker, and if you isolate the issue to selling a cake about a wedding, I'm not really sure that I would disagree with that unless I decided to disagree with it on the issue of like an aggregate that from the Commerce Clause is so ridiculous that I couldn't see that as a vision of a planet that's going to explode due to global warming. So, thanks, guys. That was my question.
Wait, is your question, do we think that you should be able to say no, a business should be able to say, no, we don't want to make a cake for a gay wedding? Is that what you're saying?
I don't want to, I'm a baker. I don't want to make I don't want to make a cake for a gay wedding.
Okay, so
yeah.
You feel like that should be, that's okay? Is that what you're saying? Or you of the two choices, you picked that one?
I'm saying I absolutely no. I don't know. The answer is I'm a lawyer. I don't know. Oh. But what I do think is that we should not have rubberized a playground on a church playground in Missouri. If I was in Missouri and a taxpayer, I would have been mad. I'm still mad but now we just have the Supreme Court.
What is that about? I have to look.
Oh, it's about the separation of church and state. I mean, both issues are right. So,
okay.
Well, but they're not. They're separate issues, because one of them is a public facility. If you serve the public, if you have a business license in a state,
well, they're directly giving money.
Because if you don't want to bake for white people, I mean, what about you don't want to bake for black people? You know, your reading of the Bible says that you don't want to read. They use the Commerce Clause to open up so that they can say, in that bakery, you have food coloring. That food coloring was made in Delaware. It's as such, you are doing interstate. You're doing interstate commerce.
They could do anything with interstate commerce now.
But no, wait a second. I live in a world where money is speech, okay, and corporations are people.
I know.
So given the giving, and you're right, but you're wrong about Trump's choice for the Supreme Court is a right winger. I mean, everybody the Republicans have picked has been a right winger since Bush W.
No.
HW still picked some legal scholar types, but they picked people because of their views, and
Scalia judged my moot court at law school.
I mean, what's that?
Scalia judged my moot court at law school.
And I am so glad that son of a bitch is dead. You know, I don't think we have to think kindly of the dead. You know, I think he was a rotten son of a bitch, and I'm glad he died.
I won't go that far, but he was a hypocrite.
I mean, I don't.
You know, I don't like wish death on anybody.
I didn't wish death on anybody. But if it happens, I'm not going to be all bummed because Scalia died. You know,
no.
Scalia had top flight medical staff. More so than anybody else in this room probably has. So the idea that he passed away, he was treated. It would be like RBG going. I mean,
well, the way I look at it,
he's very old. If they go, they go.
So
I dig her, but I don't like Scalia, and I don't think you have to speak kindly of the dead. I think it's a hypocritical way to go. If a guy's a son of a bitch the day before he dies, he's a son of a bitch the day after he dies.
And I agree with you on that point.
So that's just the way. So Scalia, I never treated him with any respect in life, so I'm not going to start giving it to him now. You know what I mean?
I'm not one of those don't speak ill of the dead.
Yeah.
I'll tell you a terrible.
And I don't wish death on anybody.
Makes me look like a complete asshole. There was a kid in my junior high school, right, and he was in a wheelchair. He had muscular dystrophy or something, and he was an asshole. He would try to run people over with his automatic wheelchair. He would grope girls. He would swear at the teacher. He was just a complete dick, and everyone gave him a pass, right? So unfortunately the kid died, and being still in junior high, and I still kind of hold this philosophy. I didn't have anything good to say about him, and I must have gotten into like 4 or 5 fights because of that.
Yeah, I had a friend who in like ninth grade, no, 10th grade, I knew her in ninth grade. In 10th grade, this girl was in our school was killed in a car accident. And I have to say, I did think she could have waited a little while to say something, but everybody's crying. And she was like, she was such a bitch. I was like, oh my God. But yeah. Anyway, so explain the playground thing. What is this, like that the state paid for a church playground?
They wanted to use federal money on a church playground because it was adjacent to their school, their religious school. And that's a private institution. If you want to teach about the Bible, then, or you want to teach about the Quran, or you want to teach about Judaism, that is fine in a school that people pay for, that is totally separate from the federal money. Federal money has no place near a church.
Well, I have a problem.
If we're going to give them money, I want to tax them, and I want to know where every cent goes.
Yeah. See, I have a problem. Church, what is it with church and football in this fucking country? But we don't tax those. Those are off limits. I don't understand that, But church and football, good old American, whatever, values, I don't know. So, no, I wouldn't agree with that at all. They shouldn't have federal funds for that. I don't think so.
It's ridiculous how much we subsidize organized sports in this country. We blow so much money off of it. And what happens is contractors end up getting rich. Like, there's a couple of contractors, they build a stadium and all of a sudden they're buying like top tier exclusive Ferraris, like condos. Ridiculous.
That's just our culture. The charter school that my kids used to be in and that my older daughter graduated from, they started out like much poor, and over the years it kind of changed, the population changed, and they started adding more and more sports. And it was like, I don't really have anything against sports. Can we spread it around a little bit? Like there was no other art stuff, or I don't know. And they just, all the money went to like, all new uniforms another year. It was like all the focus was going on to that. And I just thought there were so many other things we could do. We finally got a school garden going the year we gave up, or the end of the year we gave up and left. But they wouldn't put any funding to anything else.
Of course, it's the sports programs that are going to generate money, and that's why they kind of do it like that.
Personally, I'm against the religious schools completely. I would like to see them, if they want to have church schools, fine. Go to the public school, and after hours or before hours, go to your church school as much as you want. But I think that all the students should have to attend common classes so that we develop citizenship, not these private cliques.
Hey,
I agree.
I got to dip out, guys. I just wanted to say thanks. It's been great. And I'll see you guys next time.
It's funny.
See you
later.
I saw one of your videos and I didn't put 2 and 2 together who you were. I don't know. It's like months ago. But anyway.
Yeah. I was planning on doing another video, and I still am, but I had to like get my memory card changed out, and it was like kind of costly, and I finally just got it done. So I should be good to make another video. Plus I had to finish reading the WikiLeaks book before I could make a good argument for, we've got till 2018. So I got a little bit more time to make that argument. Like I should be making it soon, but yeah. All right. I'll see you guys. Bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
I was looking like you were saying about the real. I also don't think, I think that all textbooks we should go with like textbooks that are written by the federal government, because leaving it up to Texas to decide what our school books are is the dumbest ass way to teach kids. You know, I mean, because and leaving it to, I mean, and actually leaving it to any state is a bad idea. You know, making them, you know.
But Texas is a particularly bad choice, isn't it?
Well, I mean, but I mean, I would lay you a bet that there's a conservative argument to be made for the same thing, California. I mean, you know, if they were written in Los Angeles, or you know, if they were written by if you know what I mean, if it was San Francisco writing the laws, people would feel the same way.
Well, kind of despite how it appears, like.
So, I mean, I think that having like fact-based scientists write science, you know, people that have studied history, you know, and they can name a group of history people, and then you know, and then they have to sort of open source it for a while and let the masses in to sort of help edit it, kind of thing. You know what I mean? Just there's a way to do that so that you can use like the not the masses, but the people that are peer, you know, peer review kind of thing, so that you got experts looking at the issues that they're pertaining to. So you're getting the latest information, but that it can change and put up-to-date information in, and you know, and social studies and things like that. There are just basic, straightforward social studies things that people don't understand about our government, and I think that it would behoove people to get back to teaching that, you know, at least feeding that into their brain, you know, along with history, you know, and.
Well, it wouldn't be a bad idea to incorporate some democracy into that too, where citizens elect the reviewers who are going to make the decisions on what goes into the textbooks. Like at some point in the process, citizens should have a say in who represents them in that regard. Now, there's some like dangers to that because people can believe some crazy things, you know. But I would argue that it's, you know, that most of that's going to be pushed to the side, and that it's more important that citizens participate in the process, and that there are some disagreements about what's true and what's not.
Well, I mean, like, I don't need Bill Nye or Ken Ham to,
you know,
I mean, because they're
we
like,
don't want to turn it into a popularity contest.
Exactly. It can't be. This can't be like you know, whatever that damn voice song thing is.
Yeah, but, it can't. You know, but I mean, that's an argument you can make.
I can't name you. I can't name you. I can't name you half a dozen scientists that are leaders in any one field. You know, but the scientists in that field can. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean,
citizen education is vital in that process. You know.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, I mean, even with citizens, let's get to a point where we can judge candidates for things we kind of understand before we try to pick astrophysicists. You know what I mean?
Well, we're not, you know, at the university level, we're talking about something else. I'm not necessarily
but I mean, no, you're right, exactly. But I mean, you know what I'm saying, for the K through 12.
Yeah, I mean, so we're not really teaching
K through 12
crazy levels of like, you know, we're not teaching higher levels of engineering. So if there's some disagreement at the K through 12 level, and if there's a little bit of the popularity, you know, element involved, and if citizens get a little bit more educated, I mean, it's a system that could work. Maybe. I think that you don't write the book like people write textbooks now. Write them as endless textbooks, so the kids traveling along, and kids that are bright in an area can get ahead by, you know, learning things that are beyond the usual K through 12 education in science or something, while they're in, you know, even if they have to go off campus to university or whatever, but, you know, make sure that they've got a next step to go to, because you don't ever want a kid to get to the end of the book and be done, you know.
So, I mean, that's kind of my thinking, that it's a sort of endless thing where they have starts and finishes of what we think third grade should be with and fourth grade. But, if kids go beyond that, they go beyond that, and they can keep on doing that as they progress, and as they go up higher, you're going to have teachers that are able to teach more intricate subjects, or you're going to have to send a kid to those teachers. But I think that's at least that's a way to sort of spur people, kids' imagination, because pretty much when you're doing public education, you got to teach the whole class. But there are ways to challenge the kids that are like way ahead. And I think that's, give them a next step and spend enough time that they understand the next step and let them go, kind of thing. That's because we homeschooled. I mean, that's the way we always thought about teaching, was that it's a continuous thing, and it wasn't, except for when we would bring in and have them, when we would have a friend come in and who was a public school teacher, would do the what do they call that, where they not certification, but they would just sort of give you an idea that yes, your kid is perfectly normal for a third grader, kind of thing. That's that kind of thing where you're worried that they aren't getting all the info and everything, but they are. So anyhow, that's my wrap on education. But I think that there's an argument to be made for what Snark's saying, that we have to have sort of a common,
yeah, I definitely
commonality. Yeah, I mean, because we've got to agree on facts, man. We've got to be able to agree on facts, and there are factual things, and there are things of opinion, and
maybe if you want to send your kid to some kind of a private school for like 11th and 12th grade, that's cool, but they should spend the majority of their education in a common environment.
I maybe if in a way, if you offer some sort of common environment publicly, about actual facts and reality, that would maybe that would help. I'm not sure that education is in the thing. I mean, I love it, but God, I'm too nice, I guess, to like Christian fun. It's like, if you want to teach this, if they want to believe this, it's very interesting. No, but there's like a line in high school. I remember in high school, and I had to learn about religions, and I was brought up Catholic. I wanted to get out of it. My mother wouldn't let me. I had to go talk to Monsignor. I did learn about a couple of religions in high school, but if you don't actually learn about the text, or you don't have any context for the religion in general, do you really know how these people are thinking? So how much would you teach? I know this is not philosophical and very literary or whatever, but I mean, there's a point to which religion has to be taught in a context of history, and somebody's going to have to regulate or decide where that is. But
exactly.
Talks about that. No, but no. See, I'm the only one who thinks this is shit in my head, and it's not like whatever. Like, and I don't know. Recently, of course, I think it was like Kentucky is saying that they're going to teach a class on Bible studies or whatever. But the thing is, it's just, they're gonna, it's just the Bible, so it's just Christian, and then it's just religion, and it's just what they teach. But how much, where's the context, and what are we teaching from it? So I mean, it's really lines are really hard to draw. They're really hard to draw. Some people are supposed to be smart enough to draw them. I would hope, if I was queen of the world, I would be smart enough to find people who are experts in certain subjects who would draw these lines, and we don't have those people.
Well, that's
you have to ask those people questions. You don't have to pay somebody millions of dollars to be a talking head on CNN to repeat a talking point. You don't have to do that. You just have to ask the right person a question. If it's about Russia, maybe you ask Stephen Cohen. Fuck, maybe you ask like a conservative who studied Russia. Just ask anybody who studied anything. Like, but people don't do it. They just won't, and it's just and the cab drivers think I'm intelligent.
Well, that's why I'd add some democracy at some point in that process, because we don't want to become like, panels of experts reaffirming other panels of experts, and then we end up with like Ken Hameth, because of some like bribes or because of some political wind or something like that. At some point, I think we should democratize the process, because no small group of people is really up to the task. We need to all have kind of a say on it. Even though
nobody's asking questions about this
that's why you put it through peer review. I mean, and that's why it's important that it's peer reviewed. Normal people can read it. But it's your peers are the ones that are going to judge if the science is science or not.
Not maybe like a general vote where like an election, but what you might do is do something like where you get like universities to cast a vote in a state. You have X number of universities, and they each have a panel, and then they cast their votes.
Well, I mean, the one thing about this, here's the thing about voting thing, okay? The university is going to send a scientist that works for Exxon, or a scientist that works in the Exxon wing of the university, on climate change issues that has now, that's why you have to let people within the fields choose these people, because I don't think it's not an issue of not being for any democracy to work, there has to be some education of the voter, and otherwise you're not really voting. You're just like throwing a coin up in the air, or you're deciding by picking whose name is cooler, So I think you really need people that know science, know math, know this and that to sort of help peer review them, and let people, let them sort of pick apart something that was written. But it's not a matter of like a high council. It's a matter of that high council writes something, and then the peer group reads it and has a comment period.
Yep. I mean, I understand the peer review process, but like it has some serious flaws. I have to go through peer review like papers quite a bit, and it can be quite cliquish, and it can be like very dogmatic in its approach to things, not very innovative. So we would have to expand on the peer review process somehow if we were to use it.
I mean, but I mean, that would be it would still be within like professionals within the field. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It can't be, it can't be Ken Ham. It really can't. I mean, he isn't a doctor of science or anything. So, he can't be, or if he has a doctorate in science from Liberty University or whatever, let him write some papers and let other scientists pick them apart. But that's their job. You got to let people that are experts in things deal with things sometimes. And I think this is one of those things that we're talking about, a lot of things that are just factual, especially when it's K through 12, because it is mostly simple things that you're teaching people,
Well, instead of restructuring the current existing education model, why not create a new model that's based around efficiency and each student achieving his or her highest potential, rather than trying to make everyone go to the same schools and the same classes and deal with, the standardized tests and the standardized rules and the classes and the speed that requires you to move on even if you don't have a grasp of a topic. Like, why not instead have school function as where students go to learn practical skills and real life skills and things that they do with their hands, and then whenever they go home at night, then they watch the world's greatest teachers and professionals and experts in their field go and give like a TED Talk or something, and they do an assignment over the TED Talk or answer questions over it to prove they watched it. And then the next day when they get to school, they can talk about it with their teachers, because right now there's a lot of great teachers out there, but there's more not so great teachers out there than there are really, really great teachers. And the thing is that we have a lot of not so great teachers teaching things that students could learn better from a few really great teachers if they were to just watch TED Talks. Like, I've learned more watching TED Talks in my free time than I ever have going to school. And it's because it's stuff that I care about. It's because the people who are speaking speak well. They time the TED Talks the perfect amount of time to hold your attention, 20 minutes or less, because if they go on, they know that's like the maximum attention span. Like, people want to move on. And, class periods are always either too long or too short. They never can get class periods right. I can tell you from experience going to college classes, going to high school classes, going to, outside of school, extra type classes and camps and that kind of thing. It's always too short and you don't get enough stuff done, or it's too long and everyone is so worried about what they're going to do next that they can't, even focus in the class. So why not instead have everyone start young with, and yes, you have like the basic education and stuff that you go to, like an elementary school type thing. You'd go and you learn your practical skills, and you'd learn speaking, reading, and writing, and that kind of thing. But then as you get older, and after you started acquiring the social skills that you need from being around other children and teachers at school, you start, like I said, going home and watching the world's best teachers and the world's best in their fields give talks and give lectures at home. And like I said, answer questions over them at home, come back the next day, talk about what you learned, and learn more practical skills. And then you could also, in doing so, you could shorten the amount of needed, like mandatory part of schooling, because kids would be learning, it'd be more efficient. So kids would be learning more in a shorter amount of time.
Well, that's the problem. That's one of the biggest problems with the model that we've been talking about, is this monotone, standardized testing type of approach to education. I mean, I guess we want students to have a common experience. Now, because it does develop citizenship. So what does that mean? Does that mean that they're all learning the same things at the same pace? Does it mean that they're just in the same building together? I mean, you can get into a lot of that. You want students to have a common experience, and I guess how we define that is what's important.
Well, I think I never agree with people that talk about education and efficiency and training skills that they're going to need, because first, it's like healthcare. I don't want the most efficient healthcare. I want the best healthcare that I can get. I don't want, so it's like, I don't want the most efficient education that teaches you which buttons on a cash register to hit, or, very simplistic. I don't want to have multiple paths holding some kids back. That you're going to go to this sort of Brave New World version of humanity, where we have alphas and betas, and the deltas and everybody else, and then we're going to divide people up at elementary school by that thing, because that isn't the way people mature, or the way people end up learning things.
Well, when I said efficiency, that's not what I meant at all. I meant shortening school, so the kids wouldn't need to go to this idea of college and high school. Like, why not combine it all? Get rid of summer break, because we don't need it for the farmers anymore. So you could they also show that it makes kids lose what they learned over the course of the summer. So why not shorten it, teach kids what they actually need to know, and then the subjects that they're interested in, they can continue in their education outside of it, rather than making kids who want to go into farming learn about theoretical physics and modeling algebra and all of the higher maths that are completely unnecessary.
Because it's a public school. And a kid should get out of public school with as much education as we can shove into them. And because it makes better people. That farmer learns that he needs to know chemistry at some point to mix all the bullshit he's got to put in his fields. Trust me, these guys find out real quick. I mean, I work construction. I was carpenter. Because I had math skills and some basic geometry, I was always faster. And because I learned, you'd be amazed, but we used to learn things sitting in hardwood chairs at desks in rows, and we didn't sit in circles, and teachers just taught us however they wanted to teach us, and we learned things. And rather than learning to tests all the time, we didn't take a zillion tests. They didn't need. What they did was made sure that we had skills, and the teachers were allowed to sort of run with that. So because the sort of teaching to the test model is what destroyed teachers. You can't talk about a quality of something that you don't allow to happen.
And I agree with you. I think the way that you
when you talk about, but when you talk,
kids are currently,
but what I'm saying is, there's nothing more efficient about a kid sitting alone at home. There's nothing more efficient about that. In fact, it's less efficient.
That's not what I was saying, though.
Well, but either you got to have a certain amount of school per day.
And that's what I was saying. That's why I was saying you go to school to learn practical skills that you need. Like right now, schools do not teach kids practical skills at all. Like they don't even, I mean, it sounds like a weird thing to mention, but it was just the first thing that caught in my head. They don't even teach kids how to properly lay a brick. Like if you, like, let's say you want to build blocks at school.
Who cares? I don't want my kid.
No, for an example of like a basic skill that like a kid would need if they want to build something at home, like a Jenga thing. And like the way that like most kids, if you were to ask them to put something together with toy blocks, they would stack the block on top of each other with the ends meeting rather than overlapping for structural integrity. And that's just a basic thing that they used to teach kids in school that they don't anymore. Just like they don't have shop classes at school anymore. The home ec isn't actually cooking; it's baking and how to make hamburger helper out of a box. The classes that we have in a modern day educational system, on average, aren't that useful outside of high school, especially if the economy were to collapse and jobs were to go.
And I'm for teaching arts and the industrial arts. My school had a Botech. They had all that stuff. I'm just saying.
So
I'm against sending kids to a trade type thing when they're still in school. That's a failure. You shove more education into that kid until he learns. And that's,
we have a problem, I think, with kids graduating from high school. I mean, okay, great. Calculus. Do you know the first thing about your credit report or banking, like personal finance? And this was years ago, but I remember hearing something on NPR, and there was somebody that was trying to sort of push that, financial literacy in high schools, like really make that a requirement. Because I think most people get out that you have to learn that from your parents. And there are a lot of parents that aren't teaching that, or they don't know, or whatever. So you should understand the basics, like how your credit report works, how, car loans work. So you don't, I don't know, go get a 20% interest car loan or something stupid, or don't, I just think we're really failing in that area. This is one of the few things my uncle and I agreed on. He said, yes, we should have financial literacy, like at a federal level, like across the country.
I'm not really sure that you can have financial literacy. I actually completely disagree with that. I think that the credit reports and all of those things are I'm really, like, for a very long time, and I don't necessarily believe in statistics. Like, I believe in statistics, but I don't believe that they're used with some sort of integrity at all. They're used to choose what it is that they want to do. And I think credit reports are one of those things. I definitely unemployment numbers are being used that way. I mean, they're trying to make that better, even though more people are employed at a lower number of hours for no insurance, and they're willing to change that behind the scenes, or they can change your credit reports behind the scenes. They can change the amount of money that they give you behind the scenes. I actually remember while I was in law school, it was so stupid. Not only did they increase my tuition by $6,000 in my second year, which is ridiculous, during the banking crisis, they did that and increased the interest rates while bailing out the banks and giving people a couple $100 to put back into the economy. And people think, oh my God, thank you for this couple $100. But they don't actually, in my opinion, they just don't think about what's happening. The banks got how much to get bailed out. They paid how much to not get to not dissolve.
So
they saved AIG an insurance. They saved AIG an insurance company because it seriously supported Goldman Sachs interests. And they're like, oh, but we're giving you a little bit of a bailout even after we fill your houses. Anyway,
and ask any high school graduate if they understand any of that. Most of them do not.
Well, Kelly, I just want to say that
they will deal with a credit card or a debit card or anything. I think it's just a failing in our public education, because these are critical life skills.
How you balance your checking account, how credit cards work, how you read the interest rate, your annual fee,
but
and how that's going to add.
You would never have control over any of that.
Amy, just second. Let others talk, please.
I was
right. The banks. I don't know. We got off on banks. It was education we started with that we were talking about.
Financial literacy.
And with financial literacy, I think that it's fine teaching kids basic financial literacy. Understanding what the difference between T-bills and investing in a mutual fund or whatever, or 401k, or teaching them about skills, about the things they're going to run into in life is a good idea. And I'm fine with the idea of the hell's bells. Now I'm blustering out here. Can't remember what you were saying.
Well, I think that we should definitely increase vocational tech in schools and financial literacy coursework and daily life skills coursework in schools, but we should not turn schools into vocational schools.
Right.
I think which was what was being argued.
Yeah, that was sort of my point. Was you're going to two-track kids if you're not careful. They're going to two-track kids or four-track kids through school, and it's got to be sort of a single track that's a basis for everybody. And then art kids do art. If the history kids want to do more history, whatever, you can take on those extra hours of study, because that's the way it was. By your senior year at my high school, you only had to take an English and a math was the only thing that you absolutely had to take. If you had everything caught up, you could get down to just a few things you had to take, and then you could take other courses. So, you take literature or whatever, you just fill up your day with other things, or art room days or whatever. So I think that you follow your interest that way. But I disagree with the idea of sort of vocationally training kids, because That's what corporations want to do to us.
Well, no, that's not what I was. That's not what I was.
Yeah. Okay. I dig what you're saying now, but yeah, it's basic house skills and stuff. You can. I mean, I see that
most
as
kids don't even know how to properly hold a. I mean, there was a girl at my school this year who was breaking, like we had to do a project, and for her project that like it required breaking a mirror with a hammer, and she didn't even wear safety glasses. Like I had to turn around and tell her after she'd already started hitting it to put on safety glasses because kids at our school just have no clue. They don't know how to hold tools. They don't know how to handle tools. They don't know how to use power tools or even like the non-power tools. I mean, the kids get injured all the time because they don't know how to properly use tools whenever we have to do projects and stuff. You know, kids will come in with a Band-Aid because they, sawed their arm or something if they had to create something with wood. I mean, us all the time, it's kids are getting injured because there's no shop class anymore. There's no.
Well, it's too bad Ariel isn't here because she was talking about how it's kind of, I don't think she said by design, but just that a lot of us can't make anything anymore. And that was sort of, that's changed over the years to now we're all dependent. But yeah, Lucas, are you kind of getting at like a little slightly more European system? Because I think they have a pretty broad education, like you're talking about carpenter, but it's just at the very end that they kind of will go off on a certain track or something. But
yes, that's more of the style of what I was thinking of, and that's more successful than ours. Like what I'm saying is ours is it's because ours is not built to be an education system. Ours is built to be a money-making machine for textbook companies, for calculator corporations, for college campuses, for the banks. I mean, like the banks have a huge racket going with the loans and getting the money from the government whenever you have to default on the loans. The colleges have a good thing going with overcharging for tuition and balancing their books by taking advantage of out of state and out of nation residents whenever they come and go. Like that's how colleges balance their budgets, is by having kids pay out of state tuition and by having foreigners come over and pay out of nation tuition to come here. Like a Saudi prince went to my uncle's college and he paid for like half the college's budget that year back in the 90s. But we still do the same thing today. And, also the textbooks. I mean, we could have free textbooks for every student in the country by using open source, non-copyright textbooks. Like they're available. Some really, really smart and progressive schools do it already. Like I could create a textbook. Like we could have people create a textbook right now that would be better than the ones in school. And you could put it on Creative Commons and any school in the country could use it for free. And instead, these corporations make contracts with the high school saying you have to buy our brand of textbook for the next 10, 15 years. And only ours is quote credible and trustworthy, and the other ones are not verified by the government or whatever. And then same thing with like the calculators. Is like Texas Instruments has a big deal with all the different schools that if they get calculators, they have to buy the $120 Texas Instruments calculators. It only costs 20 cents to make in a factory. It's a big racket and a big scam, and it's been going on for a very, very long time. But they have everyone convinced that it's actually education, when that's the farthest possible thing from truth.
Wow. But that was basically what I was saying with the textbooks is, that we write them and everybody can use them. And the idea of schools paying for textbooks is asinine. I think also we should be thinking along the lines of K through 12 plus 4, because, every job in America right now needs a minimum of, a master's for a lot of jobs. So I think that there's some argument to be made that we have them on a track for 4 years after K through 12. And
I have to say, my older daughter, who's just turned 19, she's working at a summer camp in Pennsylvania where they the camp owner gets a lot of camp counselors through this program called Camp America. So she's met a ton of kids from overseas, like mainly, England, Scotland, Wales, Australia, Poland too, I think. And, I've met some of these kids. One of them was at our house last summer, and I'm amazed. Like, really, like, these kids know so much more about how the world works than our our graduates. And I hate to say that, but it's so true. I mean, I'm just amazed at, I mean, they have to be getting a better education. Yeah.
Well, I mean, critical thinking skills is like not, I mean, that's just like that, like critical thinking and empathy should be mandatory primary school things that they start to teach children. Like they should have children learning everything in the context of solving a problem, because otherwise it just doesn't sink in with kids as to why it's important, you know. And that's why a lot of kids say, like, they thank their high school teacher who, you know, made this sink in of why this was important, or their one, you know, their one coach who made it sink in of like why discipline is important or something. And it's because in school they just teach you that you have to know this to pass a test, but they don't teach you that you can use this to solve real world problems, you know. Like that's what there was I forget what school it was, but there's some charter school that was very successful charter school in California, that they had the kids starting in primary school and kindergarten and elementary school, like everything they did was to solve some sort of problem. Like one of their first assignments was how do you make people not hate spiders? And so all the kids had to do research and figure out how to reason with people to make them understand why spiders are ecologically important. And it's just, you know, that's a good model for thinking of like how we could start them young and have that working up, so by the time they're in high school they understand why they're learning what they're learning and how it relates to their life and how they can use it in life to solve real world problems.
Oh, that's awesome. That's just
in
great.
Finland, homework is illegal. The work that we normally send as homework is included in classwork and is supervised and whatever. But I really think we need to go to 5-10 hour school days, and but that's not all classwork. I think that the kids should be fed when they get to school, so that they guarantee that every kid is eaten, that they're used to eating as a group, that they see themselves as social. Then there needs to be classes. I still think we need an hour of gym. I still think we need to get all the classwork in. But on the teacher side, we think we need to break it into two shifts, that the teachers have the kids for the morning. In the afternoon, they're preparing the lesson plan for the next day, and they're reviewing what happened the current day to make sure that the kids are on the right track. See if some kids need to switch classes. And then in the afternoon, a second group of teachers actually takes them over for the next 4 hours or next 5 hours. But again, although the kids are going to be there 10 hours, they wouldn't be in class for 10 hours. There would be, lunch breaks, other breaks. And I think there should be some social breaks in there as well, that there aren't some kids that are starved of what they need, because not just food, but interaction, because they go to a home that they can't get the necessary interactions. So that we need to have 10 hours a day where those kids have got everything they need to learn. I also think that we miss a lot on the kids that are beyond the first, we'd say, 3 standard deviations of normal. And there are some kids that are going to need special education. And in fact, we need a lot of kids that are special education. And the school by school grouping of kids as some of them as being advanced placement and others, it's a very poor recognition of which students get put into those classes. And a lot of times it's more social connections than it is actual skill. And we're not thinking of it as how to get the kids through as a complete product, where we're thinking more how to make sure that the kids are ranked order by what they feel are the best students versus the worst students.
I couldn't agree more with you, Snark. I think Finland does have it pretty well figured out. Like in Finland, they have a 15-minute recess between every single class, at least, and then that's no matter what the weather. So if it's like from 2 feet of snow outside, or if it's sunny and warm, they still have that 15 minutes of free time that they get to go out and hang out and talk with their friends.
Mm-hmm.
Well, 10 hours a day is, I don't know. I mean, there are problems with family structures, don't get me wrong, but 10 hours a day is a lot of time to spend away from the family structure, especially when you consider going to and from school. And
very few kids these days get to see their family in 10 hours. When they get home, they're going to be alone. Both the parents have to work if they're lucky enough to have to.
Well, that's, is that the rule or the exception?
I think that's more the rule now than the exception.
Yeah.
I think that, look at Ebon. He even has a baby in his arms most of the time.
Yeah, I'm just, that would be a concern for me.
Maybe
parents are busy these days.
Maybe at least like 5 o'clock or something instead of 2:30, 3:30, because it's such a burden on families. Then what do you do after with them? Either they are home alone and then they're doing God knows what on the internet, and, or parents have the burden of a lot of expense for after school stuff and then shuffling them around to those if they're doing activities. And so I would agree that maybe you could even incorporate some of those extracurricular things to the after school hours, I don't know if that could be gym or.
Also, kids or families are getting burdened with extreme amount of fees. There should be no fees. If it's required for school, it should be included. And it's just shameful that we're so lacking in our funding to our schools that the kids are paying $700, $800, or $1,000 to go to public school. No, and also I'm wondering if we should be following these other countries' models of they wear a uniform to school, so that some kids don't have the fashion fads and other kids are shopping at Goodwill. I really think that parents shouldn't pay a fee for that. Those kids should have their clothes.
As someone who went to Catholic school for a year in high school, I can tell you it doesn't really equalize that very much.
Oh.
The rich kids just have the Gucci bags or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it doesn't really make too much difference because then you just see them hanging outside of school wearing those same like quote name brand clothes.
But I don't know. It would eliminate a lot of the dress code issues, but I don't know. It's
well, students would openly rebel against it. Kids want to express themselves, and they should be allowed to.
Yeah.
Should be able to dress any way they want. They're citizens.
When my niece was in kindergarten, they only let her wear underwear. This wasn't in the United States. They wanted all the kids to be normalized at her kindergarten. I believe this is through a lot of schools there. And they did not allow them to wear clothes, just underwear.
What? Where was this?
Japan.
Oh, okay. What grade?
Kindergarten.
Oh, okay.
When they're in first grade, they have a uniform and a helmet. In fact, I think
running around with a helmet.
I think the grade school kids. I think even the kindergartners have a helmet. But grade school kids, safety wise, because of the earthquakes, they always have to have helmets on.
Okay.
The Japanese are very considerate of their children, and actually safety as well. That's why when somebody has a cold, they wear a mask to protect the others. They do not make fun of anybody who does anything for safety. Here, like a job site, a lot of carpenters will make fun of someone that wears earplugs around saws or uses other safety gear where it's more macho. That'll happen. I think Broken Carpenter might go with that. Getting some of the people to wear safety gear is very tough. But in Japan, if it's required,
How about child safety seats? My kids are very petite, and so they were always in the car seats and booster seats longer. And yeah, they got picked on for it. And people don't follow the whatever. I've been in bad accidents, so I'm picky about it. But
Most people.
Well, I mean, when it comes to safety, just look at like what people are allowed to drive here on the roads versus what people drive in other countries. I mean, people from other countries come here and they see people driving around Ohio and they like wonder how the heck it's legal for a van that's duct taped together to be allowed on the road whenever you have to have your car be rust free to have it on the road in England, or you have to have like no scratches and or what, not no scratches, but you have to there's just more strict standards for how safe a car has to be in most European countries versus the United States. Like in the United States, it's up to each state. And so like if you go to Texas, your car has to be pristine compared to if you go to Ohio, where you can have a van where literally every single piece of it is held together by duct tape.
Well, I think it's like safety rules wise, it depends on where you're at, and you know, like union carpenters on jobs, it's you know, mandatory gear is mandatory, and so it's you know, it is actually pretty easy on most big jobs to keep people in safety gear. It's harder on jobs like you're saying, where it's a little bit more cowboy, where it's a lot of non-union guys, because union guys won't give up their jobs for, you know, not wearing safety gear. Plus, you know, sometimes safety gear, you know, it's just you know, I was started carpentry when it was one hand for the company, one hand for you. That was your safety gear when you were climbing around on things. You know, we had maybe positioning belts, but you know, if you fell with a positioning belt on, you're going to just jerk your shit out. You know, I mean, it's as bad as falling all the way down if you fall 6 feet with a hook to your side, you know, your hip, because it's just gonna. But if you're just using it to position in place, that's different. But yeah, so I went from there to, you know, 100% tie off all the time, and you know, I mean, certainly we did things that were you know, not up to, you know, some things we did because things had to get done, but it was done on the real down low, because, you know, like my guys didn't strip out a block out in the very last part of a elevator shaft, and basically we had a hanging deck that we used to strip everything off. And when they lifted it out, we disconnected the deck. Well, they took it out and disconnected the deck and everything, and those knuckleheads didn't strip that out. So like we went in late, and two of us ducked down inside, you know, rigged up a box, a wood box, and two of us dropped down into that hole. We had tower crane drop us down in there. And once we were in there, then we could stand up and work in it, you know, like a man basket. And, you know, it was all, you know, on the shaky side. You know, it's basically it's like huge fines and shit if your company gets caught. So and when you're hanging on the side of a building, it's not like there's a lot of places that you can hide from somebody with the camera. So, you know, your bosses are, most big jobs have safety guys and everything else, and safety rules are pretty well followed by everybody. I mean, even like iron workers, who are just famously anti tying off and stuff, but even they, you know, to some extent follow the rules, you know. But I mean, their work, they have to not tie off. It's just the way it is.
Well, speaking of safety, I was wandering all around Target, Walmart, the drugstore. Sorry about the buzzing. Looking for nose plugs. My daughter's very mad at me about my 12-year-old, because she's going to this camp, and it's a freshwater warm lake. And all of a sudden, I just happened to see, I mean, there have been multiple cases the past few years, and I am a worrywart, but with good reason. I've had a lot of like random things just seem to happen to me. So anyway, it's there's this amoeba that I learned, if you plug your nose, and maybe Snork, you know about this, it's scientific stuff. it's killed. It's like almost 100% fatal. And it's this amoeba that lives in the freshwater lakes, and they're in an increase of cases. So I just thought, well, okay, you can have a nose plug, and then I won't worry about it. You're laughing at me, aren't you, Broken? But, I'm just,
no, it's true.
People that, like, I don't live my life like, oh, bad shit happens to other people. I know that it's possible. So why not take precautions? I mean, it has actually been increasing. Like, for whatever reason, this organism, I forget what it's called.
Because of climate change, there's two amoebas. There's the fatal one, and then there's the eye-eating amoeba, and both of them live in fresh water. And they're moving further and further north every year due to climate change and longer summers.
Yeah, but I mean, it's killed a lot of kids the past few summers, and it's not just the because sometimes it's just the media hypes up something, right? So I looked it up. I looked up the numbers, and it is in fact increasing. And this is a freshwater lake in Tennessee. So I said, you're wearing the nose clips.
Yeah, I would say
you're sending them with nose clips. Just remember that you're sending them to camp with nose clips.
She will.
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe you're right. You're probably right. You're the mom. I'm just saying, a lot of kids, they get to camp and those things never get unpacked, or they get unpacked and dipped in the pond enough to get something on them.
Actually, I didn't tell her why, and this is why I know she will wear them. She's kind of a worrywart because she's seen me sick. So I actually have to tone down what I say because I don't want her to be so anxious. So
don't tell your kid about the brain eating.
No, I'm not going to. I'm not going to.
There's enough kids that are going to tell her about the piranhas that only live in that place. I dig what you're saying. I'm just thinking about the kids telling them there's piranhas that live in the lake.
I know, and listen.
But you're right. Kids, I wouldn't lay that on my kids either. I mean, kids don't need to know that stuff.
No, but listen, there's a part of
nose plugs, fine, but they're going to get it in their mouth. Everything else, I mean, it's like one of those things that.
I know, but this specifically goes up your nose. So if you swallow it, it doesn't matter. But, there's a part of me, I think one of the funniest things of one of George Carlin's acts is he's talking about germs and how we swam in the Hudson River full of shit, and that's why we're so tough, But he has a point. I mean, we raise our kids in too sterile an environment, I think, to some extent, and this is why, there's a theory about that's why they have so many allergies and all of that. So I think there's truth to that, but this is a specific thing that I'm actually worried about because of where she's going, and so we'll hope she wears them. But
I think you're on the right track. Let me tell you how serious this is. After one death, Disney Park closed an entire park over this.
Yeah, and one here in North Carolina too, just last summer.
Right, and that's pretty serious. Now this has been 20 years, but I had an uncle who was a PhD concerning bacteria in water and fish, and he was in Florida, and he wouldn't go in the water. He said, "As I didn't bring any cotton balls or Vaseline with me," and he thought it was serious enough to put cotton balls and Vaseline up his nose and then clip it shut.
Oh, okay. I'm not going to do that.
The clips alone leak a little.
Yeah. Don't worry me anymore. I know, but
just on the surface, probably not enough pressure to leak.
Yeah. Sorry.
Plus, as at a park, you may get at that kind of park, they may have a filter system and everything else. You never know. With freshwater ponds and stuff, whether they're man-made or, I know the Florida one's cool. If you look around online, there's all kinds of, they call them like ghost amusement parks. People sneak in and do videos. Like they still had the music playing and stuff at that place. When they were walking through it, it was abandoned. And there was still music playing, like through the loudspeakers in the park.
That's crazy.
The biggest problem.
Where was that specifically? Do you remember?
What's that?
Where was that park? Do you remember?
That was the one in Disney World. The one he was talking about.
It's in Orlando. But the problem came, they believe, when children were going down water slides, where a large amount of water gets shoved up at high pressure up their nose.
Yep. So that's what I look at the data. I'm not going to worry about something that is really just, like I said, hyped up. And, I look at the numbers. I look at the real, is this really a problem? And I think in this case, it is. So.
Usually the kids are more at risk, though, from other kids and their things having diarrhea.
Oh.
Now there's a lot of things going around. E. coli is getting worse, and it can make a lot of kids sick. One kid getting into the pool might not even make a visible change. In 10,000, 50,000 gallons, it looks dilute and you can't see it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we haven't had any big food out. It seems like every summer there was something, lettuce or peanut butter. I don't think we have.
Well, we had Lake Vancouver there in Vancouver, Washington, just north of Portland. Their lake was shut down at one point. It was always used for like swimming and stuff. They had a little beach there, and they shut it down like instantly because I think that was E. coli when that happened. But yeah, I mean, they take it seriously, and I think that's a good idea. But the Disney thing was really strange, man. It was like it was like they knew that there was something wrong, like one of those Jurassic Park kind of things. They knew they had a problem and they sort of just overlooked their problems.
Oh, you mean the water? Okay.
Yeah, that the water quality, there was people questioning water quality, and that was sort of that death came up. And I don't remember the whole story. I mean, like if you watch that haunted thing, they explained a lot of it, because they like know the history of it. And then they really do have to sneak on to like that place because there's the Disney World security and stuff. And so they have to like sneak on to it to even take that video, but they go to other places where it's like open and but shit in the middle of the woods closed down is really spooky looking.
Well, I mean, so many things you can take antibiotics for or something. It's not going to kill you, Garden Gnome, you might remember, I don't know, Lake St. Clair forever.
Metro Beach? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
I was going to bring that up to you.
Yeah. It's been, my grandparents for years, they told us we don't get in the lake anymore. I mean, when we were kids, we did. But from like about the mid 90s maybe to, I don't know, it seemed like a long time they shut it down to swimming.
They shut it down for a long time. And even before that, there were constant problems with it. You would go there and the beach would just be full of people. And it was just disgusting. And then they would find medical waste and, backflow from Detroit would make its way up the river. So it's horrible.
Damn it. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, we used to swim we swam in the local, like just like right around where my house was, those buddies, they had a big pond that was spring fed on one end and had an overflow on the other. So it had water kind of moved some, but the whole thing was full of muskrats and fish and all kinds of stuff. So, every funky thing in the world lived in that clay, but we swam in it, played in that stuff for hours, swam in the Schuylkill River. And that was, every kind of industrial contaminant known to man floated down that river when we were, when we lived there as kids, because everything was still pretty industrial and not as well watched as it should have been probably.
Yeah, the snort, this thing about the Fowlery, I read it in Scientific American. Very interesting, but yeah, I mean, I guess that probably it is global warming, climate change, why this is happening and moving further north.
It's the same reason that we have the ticks spreading so much this year. Like the ticks this year, it's insane. Like NPR a few weeks ago had an entire hour just dedicated to ticks and all the new diseases that we're previously unaware of and that we still haven't discovered that the ticks are carrying. Like they think there was between 20 and 30 new diseases that we haven't even discovered yet that ticks are carrying, because they said that people are showing symptoms of unknown diseases that before it's and it's like, and by the time they go to the doctor and show symptoms, it's like too late to treat it. Same with like the Lyme disease. Everyone always goes to the doctor right when it's too late. Yeah. And they were saying that there's now a disease that the ticks are carrying, which causes a meat allergy. And so if you get bit by a tick, you can't eat red meat.
Like I was saying before, Chatham County, where we used to live, I bet all those diseases are there. I know 2 people that can no longer eat meat because of it. Yeah.
Our area here is pretty good. It's really dry, so we don't get a lot of the kinds of bugs that like were in the Appalachian areas in Pennsylvania. There was a ton of bugs. You know, we'd always have ticks on us and chiggers and every kind of thing that was funky and lived in the woods we had on us at some point. You know, and I think that we lived much dirtier. We lived much dirtier as kids, so I think we did build up resistance to some of this stuff that kids aren't as subjected to or aren't like willingly throwing themselves into crap,
I remember a long time ago, Jon Stewart made a comment about the earth and like, we're just are like a rash, a bad rash, and it'll shrug it off. Like, we can try to destroy it, but nature, whether it's through these organisms that make us sick or whatever. Oh, hi, Ariel. This is your area.
Hey.
This is your topic.
We got Dominic and Eric and Ariel.
Yeah.
Oh, guys, I just don't feel good tonight. It's been
Oh, sorry. Hope you feel better.
Watery nose, watery eyes, burning eyes. I think I'm allergic to molds and mildews because it just won't stop raining out here, and it's like it won't dry out every single day. It was the same today again with the rain coming in, and the weather.
Have you AC on?
It's really odd weather. It's not normal. I've never seen it quite like this. It's like there's mold and mildew growing on things, which normally you have time between rains for it to dry up a little bit.
Have you been swimming in any freshwater lakes? No, I'm just kidding. Did you overhear
a little bit, yeah.
Are you in air conditioning?
Yeah.
You could check your filter and stuff on that.
We do.
Because I mean that's
in there, and I actually have air purifiers that are really good in both of my bedrooms because it used to be worse, but this week especially, and it's the weather patterns are just really odd. The skies don't look right. I can't even explain it. It's like, someone that I've lived here, off and on ever since I was a kid, and it's just, I was born here, and I'm telling you, the weather's weird, and the jet streams are all screwed up, and we're not getting normal weather anymore. We really aren't. And I know that the South is always muggy, sure, that's normal, but it's like rainforest. The weather doesn't change. Like, if you look at the next 10, 12 days, it's the same every day, and that's very abnormal. We're not supposed to have it like that every single day.
It normally gets hot and dries out down there.
Not drying out. We've got
rain and not rain and dry days and dry weeks or whatever. Yeah.
And I've been back here living in this house almost 10 years now, and I go outside and you have to be careful because it's like it's slippery from like mildew, mold, and algae kind of growth on the cement. I've never seen anything like that before.
Another thing it could be too is pollen.
Yes.
We had these big, you know, when you build concrete, you have big forms made out of, you know, sheets of plywood and stuff, and they're huge, you know.
Yeah.
And so we'd have them sitting on top of this building, standing,
Yeah.
and you know, and while the guys tied iron around them and stuff, they would get coated with pollen.
Here's the thing, though.
It would
We're
look like
past the pollen.
funky mold. It took us forever to figure it out what it was.
Yeah, we're
So
past.
yeah, I mean, you're getting mold probably too, but that's another thing.
We're past the main pollen blooms, like, you know, the yellow stuff and the more powdery stuff. We're kind of past that. We get hit with it really early, like March, April is when that starts coming in. By this point in the year, you should be really, you know, summer is usually like not much allergy because there's not a lot sprouting until like late summer, early autumn. But this is weird stuff. And I know when I was in Oregon, I was super allergic to mold and mildew. So it feels like the same thing, and it's making me really miserable.
Well, if you can afford to see a doctor, prednisone, if they
can't.
could help with that. Oh, well.
Yeah, prednisone is not really something you should do as lengthy because it's a steroidal type drug.
Yeah, it's a corticosteroid.
Yeah, and you can take it for a little while to kind of shrink things up, but it's not a good idea to stay on it, and it lowers your immunity. It impacts
Benadryl.
Well, that's the reason.
I take Benadryl almost every night this week.
Your immune system and
Zyrtec in the day and bee pollen and the whole thing. I have a good allergy tea that I take with stinging nettle, and yeah, it's.
I mean, you ask Kelly, man. You can tell like moisture. She has like the same kind of head that I do, where you notice like pressure changes, and like when you have days like that,
very sensitive to pressure.
Yeah, pressure and the moisture in the air. It's just like everything adds together.
Yeah.
And it just hits you all at once, and that's why. like I started getting hay fever. Then I never had it before, and I just like in the last 15 years or 10 years started getting hay fever.
Yeah.
And and I mean we got shit blooming here all the time, so it's like there's always some kind of funky pollen going around, you know, and I got to keep the air, you know, I got to change the filter in the air conditioner all the time and do that because of the you know, like you're saying, moist cold days, they all sit in your bones. Moist hot days, it sits in your, you know, it feels like your head's filling up. So, yeah.
My mom and my brother are both have allergies, and theirs have been worse this year than they can remember. They haven't seen it like this.
Yeah.
I just think we're getting like the heat is for the heat is like at least like around here because we probably have a lot of neighborhood stuff. You know, we have neighbors that got plants from all over the place, so we got stuff blooming in our yard. We got stuff blooming all the time. So, I mean, there's always something funky going on. And I know it isn't any allergies to anything else growing around here that might be growing. I mean, I'm fairly certain I have no allergies to some plants.
Wow.
In any form. I mean, you know, I've never had any. I've never had a headache from any greenery that I can think of.
I never had allergies until I moved to Portland, Oregon. That was the worst allergies I've ever had in my life. It would attack, like, not just my face, but, like, my chest inside. It would feel like a darn cat got down in there and scratched my chest all up, and you'd end up coughing up, like, all kinds of phlegm and stuff, and you just feel like shit for days. It was awful. I read the worst
fills up my lungs.
The worst 5 places in the country for allergies are all in Oregon. I was like, damn it.
Hey, like I said, mold's a state flower.
Yeah, it is. Well, that Columbia River Gorge, man, it just cranks it. It just cranks it up. You got
Columbia, the gorge.
This is everything.
Oh man, I'll tell you what, that's some cold work. And if you have to work in the gorge, the hawk comes blowing down through there. Right, they worked along that on a steel mill, and that was like horrible up there, way north in Portland.
Wow.
And yeah, I mean the wind blows right down through there, cuts through you all winter, and the rain. And that was the year we had that massive windstorm and flooding.
Wow.
And
Which year was that?
That was 95, 97, maybe.
Okay. That's before I moved there. I was there from like 2001 to 2008.
I would have been in there a little bit.
Mm.
Yeah. Like I say, I was the guy in the little green Metro with the horns on the front. Mashed up front-ended horns on the front.
We might have crossed paths. You never know.
Well, you don't remember that car. That's the other reason.
There was someone on. I'm sorry, it was a bit ago, and I'm guessing they might not still be here. But the sound was really faint. I think it was the number said 518.
Maybe Kevin, or who's that guy that calls in?
I think it was a female voice.
518 is Amy.
I thought it was Kevin.
Kevin
Amy.
will usually
It was
have
Amy.
caller user one, call user one.
Okay.
Call
I
user
didn't
two.
realize that. So sorry if we didn't hear you very well.
Yeah, today here it was 94% humidity. Oh my God.
I won't tell you. It's dry here. Yeah.
I used to
But it was
live in.
it was 99 was our high. And it was the first day it's been below 100 for a
Going
while.
down to 64% tomorrow, so that's a big drop.
I was so I was born in Texas, Houston, Texas, and it's like it can get up to like 100 with 100% humidity.
Yeah,
horrible.
that's what I'm talking about, Ebon. Super pain.
That's just gross. Like there's not even a point in taking a shower.
Yeah.
No. Not if you go outside.
I worked in the summer on like that toxic waste abatement job. You imagine putting on one of those, not like even the lightweight like paper suits you wear to paint. I'm talking about Tyvek plastic suits, and face mask, full respirators and that. And then you got to go build and dig in an area, dig by hand. And we would have to work. It was like torture.
Yeah.
You would work for like 10 minutes. You would take 15 off and sit in the shade
Unreal.
and guzzle water. And you'd get out and you would just be drenched. I mean, it was amazing. It was like they had to have like work rules because of how you wouldn't let a horse work in that kind of weather. They didn't let horses work in that kind of weather, but it had to be done. And the weather wasn't going to change for a while. And Philly's like that, 100% humidity. And it was like on black tarmac, part of it. So it was all like super heated. It was the nastiest ass job. I was so glad when we got that done because it was like 6 guys to do a 2-man project because they had to switch us off so much to keep us so that we weren't passing out.
Yeah.
So
Kelly,
yeah.
tell me more about your Canadian foray. Me and Greg were talking tonight about thinking about checking out Canada at some point.
Yeah, I'm looking at Iceland.
Oh wow!
I'm kind of kidding, but I was reading about. I had known about it, but I was looking more into what the Icelandic president or whatever they call him there did, basically saying no, that he would side with WikiLeaks. Because do you guys know about this story? I tweeted it out earlier, but like the U.S. was trying to send FBI agents and I don't know, get Iceland to cooperate with sort of capturing Assange or something.
Oh,
I heard about that. Yes.
Well, and there were people like Jonsdottir, I can't remember her first name, in Iceland. She's actually a pirate party member and is
yeah, I saw that.
She may be the next prime minister because they're gaining more and more power and she's very popular.
I wondered what pirate party was. I didn't delve into that.
But she was part of sort of the legal / data moving whatever, but she was also a sitting member of parliament when the FBI kind of tried to come after her, and Iceland said, that was when Iceland sort of just said, "Hey, screw you, man. The banks crashed and shit, and you know we're too busy throwing bankers in jail. We're not going to be messing with your little your little bit of stuff that leaked."
Well, sorry, Ariel. I didn't mean to get off on that. But so what do you want to know? Like what part of Canada?
You really triggered.
Hi everyone, how's it going?
Where have you been?
I've been resting. I haven't been feeling well, but I'm all right now.
I'm sorry. I'm not feeling great either. My eyeballs are.
Yeah, we're all like, it's like a nursing home in here.
We're straggling in. I'm just curious, Kelly, about like what, you know, when I lived in Oregon, I actually considered moving to Canada as well then. But that's before things blew up with my ex-husband, and so it was this whole shebangity dang. So that kind of got shelved. But now I'm thinking about it again. And I'm really curious about just, I mean, I researched it a good bit back then, and I don't know if it's changed really, but I know that I remember things like the different requirements for living there. It was like, it's easier if you're 50 or under. It's easier if you have a lot of money saved. It's also easier if you have a business already, or if you have a specific skill, like if, say I was a musician, an astrologer, etc. If you have a unique skill, they kind of like that because it adds more to the community or the country.
Yeah,
there's different things, and they do an online test, and you have to pass it. Like you have to pass the test before you can even. And I passed it. I remember I took it, and it was like, yeah, you can keep going. So yeah.
I mean, I think they're pretty lax. All I really know much about is what they've cracked down on as far as like getting automatic citizens.
Right. And it's easier too if you have family from there, or if you've lived there at some point. Greg lived there as a kid. I don't know how much that he has, you know, ancestry there. So
it will probably count for something. I mean, they definitely have that pride, you know. I would put that down, even though it's not on the form.
Right.
Probably put it down.
Yeah.
That what all I really looked into was how about the automatic citizenship for, you know, they've cracked down on that, like how many generations. I think it used to be like 2 generations or something, and now it's only firstborn outside of Canada.
Right.
But they ask you all kinds of stuff, like, you know, your grandparents and how far back. So, but yeah, I don't, as far as like just trying to get it without any actual immediate family connection, I just don't know that much about it. But
I actually looked at it too, the way Ariel was describing it. Yeah, I mean they have sort of they've cracked down on the sort of the fleeing to Canada kind of thing isn't as easy as it used to be. They want.
And I know that you have to.
They want to know you're financially. They want to know you're financially stable.
Yeah.
And they want you, like she said, they want you to have skills, but they're very welcoming to immigrants. They really are. I mean, you know, you go to Vancouver or, you know, with some of those places, and there's wide, you know, there's a lot of immigrants living there because it's a hip place, you know, to live and for anybody. So.
Yeah, Toronto has been that way for a long time.
You have to have a good chunk of money just for your landing fees. I know that. It's like at least a couple $1,000s, right? Just to cross and say, here I am, I'm staying. You have to.
Yeah, I don't remember. I think it was like you had to have, like you were saying, like 10,000. If you didn't have sort of a business or a skill, you had to have like enough money so that you'd look like you could live there a year or something.
Right. Yeah.
You know, basics.
They have eBay. They have Canadian eBay, so I'm pretty good there. I could just switch all my eBay business over there. I have a big store. I can.
Can you sing "Oh Canada"?
Yeah, I get my carp out and we'll do it.
Yeah, I mean, I only know like I can't even remember I can remember like part of the thing, you know, the
I
O
know the whole
Canada.
melody, but yeah,
Something but something to thee. Yeah, I give my heart to thee or something. I don't know. It's all that, you know, all that stuff is, but you got to know it for hockey games.
Right.
I went to
Because-
school there in grade 8, and that's it. So I'm not going to do very well. I'll have to study a lot for citizenship tests. I mean, I was forced to like catch up on everything, you know, even knowing all the provinces and capitals. And so, yeah.
How much French do you know?
Hardly any. Because like I said, I only lived there in what they say grade 8, not 8th grade. And so I was forced to try to catch up with French that everyone had been learning since kindergarten.
Mm-hmm.
And you go to the store, even in all of the rest of the English-speaking provinces, everything is in English on one side and French on the other, which my mother used to just cuss like a sailor about. But anyway, I really didn't learn any. I can't. Yes.
They got the French Canadians up there, and they've been there as long as everybody else.
Wow.
It's the First Nation people been there since the French Canadians.
South Park, Canada.
I love French Canadians. French Canadians are fucking cool, man. I dig people from everywhere. They're one of the people I dig. Yeah, languages. I like their stick-to-itiveness about it.
Does Canada have like exits, like freeway exits, like 12B and 12A? Because I feel like if you're driving and a Canadian says take exit 12A. You don't know what
what exit to take. All I really remember is everything has the crown on it. All the road signs have the crown. Like, I guess.
I want some of that colorful money with birds and stuff on it, man.
Yeah, pretty money.
I like, you know, it looks like play money, but it's cool, you know.
Yeah, it's more artistic. It's pretty.
And butter tarts. Butter tarts are the best. And real maple syrup. But if I ever went, I would go probably west because Ontario is just fucking cold. I mean,
I have a friend that lives up in Kitchener, and he said it's just a snow machine in the winter.
It's fun for a while. I mean, I actually built an igloo as a kid, and that's what we did for fun. We out of snowballs, we built igloos, and you know, if you have the right gear, you can be outside for a long time in it, but what sucks is come like the end of April.
And the snow is still there.
Oh my God. Then you're just like, that's too much. So I would probably pick, I guess Vancouver is just exorbitantly expensive.
The thing about Vancouver, and the only reason I wouldn't go for it is because I really wouldn't go back to the Northwest weather patterns. The rain and the mold and stuff is just too hard for me. And it's very similar to that. I've visited up in BC before. There's a lot of drug use there. It's kind of unfortunately typical of the whole Northwest. A lot of addiction, a lot of junkies. You can kind of tell, you can feel it. But it's nice. I mean, it's a pretty place. They film a lot of movies, a lot of TV there. That's where My Little Pony is made. All the people who make My Little Pony are up in Vancouver. Not joking. It's like they're all up there. It's wild.
Now,
a lot of animation studios up in Vancouver.
Now, if you can deal with the cold, the town my mother was born in and where my grandparents lived until they died was Peterborough. And it's a really cool little city. There's a university there, and I'm sure it's probably way more affordable than anything here.
How close is it to Toronto?
It's about an hour and a half from Toronto, so kind of far. But it's funny because I have these memories from the 80s. Like, Toronto was so modern compared to how grandparents lived, which was way out, you know, in the sticks. I mean, my friends in school were ordering their clothes from the Sears catalog. I mean, it was really backwards. But we would go into Toronto, and I remember seeing, this was about 84, 85, and I remember seeing people with the spiked pink mohawks. Wow, this is cool. You know, I guess it was kind of like London or somewhere, you know. Toronto was very ahead of, I don't know, maybe just like New York, but I hadn't really seen that much of that. You know, Detroit was not like that. So
yeah,
I still love South Park Canada. It's very funny.
Yeah.
What is that? The Blame Canada song? I remember something about that.
That was actually in the movie.
That was a movie.
Oh, okay, right. Blame Canada.
Yeah, Kath Casey is saying average home price in Toronto is $1 million Canadian. I know it's expensive in Toronto.
Oh yeah, not
It's
Toronto.
like a little New York.
Look at Peterborough.
Yeah.
I might like that. But
Hey, buddy.
Ottawa,
Hi, guys. Hi, Glenn. I like that. It's like so funny. I just every time I think of Canada, I think of South Park.
but you know, their sense of humor is really goofy. Like,
Yeah.
That's what I love about it.
You can tell if something's made in Canada. It's just got this, I don't know, this weird feeling on it. It's like, oh, okay.
it's almost like it's kind of campy, but they don't realize it. I can't quite put my finger on it, but my cousins would just be watching shows and laughing, and I'm just like, what is this? I don't know.
One of my favorite series from back in the 90s was called Forever Night, and it was made in Toronto. And it was like that. It's like it was serious, but it's like as serious as Canadian TV could get. And it was about an 800-year-old vampire who was working on the Toronto police force. And he was kind of trying to do this because he felt bad about all the people he'd killed and all the awful stuff he'd done in his past. And so he's there kind of like trying to live it down by working the night shift as a beat cop. And his partner has no idea that he's a vampire. And it's really funny because it gets into the whole French-Canadian thing. They speak a lot of French back and forth on the show. And it was great. It only ran for like 3 seasons, like from 94 to 97, I'm thinking. But it was great. It was really well done, but it really does. It has that Canadian thing. It's like not like here where if a murder happens, it's like, yeah, murder happened. And they're like, oh my gosh, it's like, it's like this really awful thing. It's so much different attitude. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a show that taught me Canadians like to kill everybody off in their TV series.
Actually, the reason they did that was because James Perriott, who was the writer and kind of Forever Night was like his baby, it was like his project. And the USA Network, after the show started getting a little more viewership, they came in and they tried to tell them what to do and how they were going to if you remember in the 3rd season, there were like some goofy episodes with like vampire Indians and vampire dogs, and it got kind of goofy. That's because the USA Network came in and started like calling shots, and they tried to like Hollywood it up, and and Perriott hated the changes and he didn't want it. And so, but because they had signed a contract with him, they were either bound to continue that way or pull the plug. And so he pulled the plug. He was like, fine, I'll kill it. You want to screw up my story? You want to ruin my narrative? I'll kill it. And he did. That's why it ended the way it did.
Sure killed it.
And I mean, he left it just open enough. So if something had changed, they could have revived it a little. But yeah, he kind of just left it it was very dark at the end.
Hey, I bet Garden Gnome can tell you about the UP. I don't really I know Northern Michigan, like Petoskey, but aren't you said you're right near the UP, right?
Yeah, I've been all through the UP. What would you like to know about it?
I don't know. Tell Ariel if she'd like to live
What's
there.
it like? Well, there is a lot of forest up there. And the thing about the Upper Peninsula is that it's like a time warp.
Wow.
You go up there and there's a whole bunch of decaying old 50s hotels.
Yeah, that's kind of cool.
A lot of whole towns that are built out of stone.
Wow.
Because they were built back in the mining days.
Holy cow.
The flies are really horrible. You can go 50 miles without seeing anybody. On the North Shore, there's Pictured Rocks and the Grand Sable Dunes, which is 30 miles of sand dunes along Lake Superior, and it turns into these massive cliffs that are it's like multicolored sandstone. It's really incredible. Yeah. And then you go up to the Keweenaw Peninsula, which is that thing that sticks out way into Lake Superior, and it's super cool up there. Of course, I'm speaking in the summertime. In the wintertime, you're buried in snow no matter where you're at up there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then if you go further down the coast, you hit the Porcupine Mountains, which is an old growth like hardwood forest that they've preserved. And it has gorges and waterfalls. There's waterfalls all over the UP. There's a few hidden caves that no one knows about that are really cool to explore. And if you go south, you hit the Garden Peninsula, which is empty of people. And at the end of it, there's a harbor where there is a old foundry that's still there. And it's massive and it's abandoned, and you can just go exploring through it. It's super cool.
Nice.
Swimming is always awesome. It's fresh water, so you don't get any of that ocean slime on you. You don't have to worry about horseshoe crabs or anything crazy.
No snakes.
There's tons of snakes.
Okay, but not like water moccasin, poisonous southern snakes.
No,
right?
it's very, very safe up there. There's no poisonous animals.
Yeah.
There's the occasional bear, like the occasional moose.
Further south you go, the more poisonous and crazy the animals get.
Yep. Yep. I also lived on the border of Mexico too, so everything wanted to kill you there.
Pretty much.
Everything had a spike on it. Everything was poisonous. The rocks were always broken up, and you're ready to go plunging off a cliff or something. But yeah, it's cool up there. It's very isolated, and the people up there are different than they are in most parts of the country.
Yeah.
There's like a strange mix of Native American and Norwegian like culture up there.
Yeah. Huh.
Yeah, my sister had a really freaky roommate when she was at U of M from the UP. I don't know, I think she was Norwegian, but yeah, they're just different. Like, well, kind of like my Canadian cousins, they just are really isolated. So I don't know, they're like kind of stuck back a few decades or something.
Kind of interesting what you're saying, Noam, because it reminds me a little bit of the Southwest. Maybe not as dramatic, but like it's that weird mixture of like white people and Indian people and Latino people. And so it's like, and most of the Indian people are Catholics because of all the missions that came out there. So it's this weird combination of like European, Indian spiritualism and then the Catholicism all mixed together. It's like the friends that I had on the reservation out there, they were Catholic, but they would also talk about like animal spirits being associated with dead friends of theirs and stuff. And so it was just this really unusual combo of all of it at once. And so
one thing that surprised me
creates its own culture after a while. It creates its own thing. Kind of interesting.
Yeah, definitely. One thing that surprised me about was the attitude of the Native Americans themselves. Like in northern Michigan, like most of my friends had some part Indian blood in them.
Yeah.
Either they were almost full or they had some, and everyone got along and no one really thought much about it,
Right.
But when you go out west, it's a lot different.
Oh yeah.
Like I tried hanging out on reservations a couple of times and it wasn't cool.
No,
it wasn't cool. I was there.
Right. Yeah.
It's
really strange. Like I had a good friend, like I said, on the reservation. So like I got to go to like this really sacred, like festival. It was not anything that, you would see anyone like other than Indian people going to. And, no cameras, no nothing. You do not bring anything in there like that or they'll take it away from you, And it was really incredible. It's not very often you get to do that. If you don't know someone, you're not going to get in there. You're not even going to know it's there because it's so off the beaten path. But it's interesting because, my mom's family, we've got, I would say predominantly it's like Scottish, French, Irish, and some Six Nations, which is the Canadian, where they ended up. They were in New York. They got pushed up to Canada. And that's where most of them are. But it's funny. I don't know if you were here that night that I was talking about how different it is, like Indian culture on the East Coast versus the West Coast. And you're so right. It's like on the East Coast, it's like almost everybody that lives here. It's like if they have family goes back any ways at all, they've either got a little bit of Cherokee or a little bit of something in there because it's a thing. But you go out to the West, forget it. It's like, out of here. If you look white, it's like they don't want anything to do with you because, the history is so different on the West Coast. By the time, Europeans and white people came to the West Coast, they full well knew exactly what white people were going to do. There was no, preconception about, oh, there might be here just to trade with us or something, like it was on the East. It's like, no, they're here to massacre us and we're going to fight them. And there still is that mentality, like, fuck that. It's
well, have you seen the conditions of reservations out there? I mean, they're like complete shitholes, and like we've driven these people into such an extreme amount of poverty that I don't blame them for being pissed off. Really, I mean, it's a lot worse out west in that regard than it is over.
In some ways, it's better that the groups out there have that way about them, that they need to be a little bit crunchier about it, because that's why, like in Oregon, the only people that are allowed to fish certain, salmon runs are the Indian people, or the indigenous people. It's good that they're kind of like, because, there probably wasn't enough of that in the old days. But maybe I don't think it would have helped a whole lot either way, to be honest. But
well, and the other sense is that there's like a low grade war going on down there between Mexico and the U.S. black market forces. Yeah. And what they do is, like, they use the reservations as jumping off points. Whoa. Like, they'll come up from Mexico and they'll hit a reservation.
Wow.
Because they're a little bit safer there because the federal laws don't quite apply.
No, they don't.
They jump off to the next reservation. They got to cross part of the regular U.S. territory and make it to the next one and make it to the next one. Wow. So there are these drug running and human trafficking corridors. They had to close down huge parts of the public lands in Arizona because of it. Like sheriffs were getting shot in the gut. There was gun battles.
Yeah.
It was insane. This was like 20 miles away from where I lived.
Wow.
And, there's a part of that too, is it like, these federal agents and all this craziness is coming onto our reservation.
Right.
And it's because of those fucking white people.
Yeah.
And the only way we can make money here is to participate in this. And, there's a lot of that too.
The people they were on the Isleta reservation in New Mexico. And I mean, by comparison to like up in the Dakotas and stuff, it was really nice, like comparatively. It was much better than what you'd find in other areas of the country. But it was still small. It was still poor. It's not like everybody, it's not, it's rewind your clock. It's, you're living on Zen time there. It's just like, it's now.
And there are still cowboys. There's still cowboys
there are
that look at cowboys and Indians still think that there's some sort of thing going on, and it's like you owe people don't run around like treating them like shit. It's kind of my thinking.
I've been up into the
and I understand why the tribes want they want sovereign land. They want to run government the way they want to run government. And, they want to try to take care of their people as best that they can. Mm-hmm. And I think that you're right. There's a lot of poverty, And, I think between that and just violence that's inherent in society, period, is everything that hits society hits them twice as hard in those places. It's like any poor area,
One time I went to the Badlands in South Dakota, right? And I thought I was going to be cool and camp out on in the buffalo preserve they got out there. Well, anyways, there was a lot of buffalo wandering around me at night. So I packed up my tent and left. And I was like, well, there's got to be a town around here where I can find a hotel. And I ended up stopping in a place called Wannabe, which is on the reservation. Mm-hmm. And it looked like there was a massive party going on, throughout the whole town. And the town was all broken down. The roads were all messed up. Mm-hmm. And of course, everyone was native. And I was like, didn't really look like there was a hotel, but I stopped at the gas station.
Yeah.
Everyone was just staring me down.
Uh-huh.
It wasn't cool. And I went up to the cash register and I just was, she kind of talked to me. So I was like, hey, so what's going on tonight? I thought it might have been a high school graduation or a prom or something going on.
Yeah.
The town was celebrating. No, it's like that every night. Everyone's wasted.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. An incredible amount of alcoholism.
A reservation on the way out to California years ago. Long story, but anyway, we had to stop at a gas station, and we encountered a similar thing. And we actually had these two very intoxicated guys, Indian, ask us for a ride back to the reservation or back somewhere. And if it had just been Michael and I, maybe we would have, but we had, Zoe was like 4. I was like, oh no, like, sorry, I can't drive. I wasn't going to do that. But it was like, it was very run down, and you just have to see it to believe it, because I never knew that. I mean, I had heard about it, but I never knew it existed unless you see it. Kind of shocking.
But I mean, I actually have a lot of the Dakota Access Pipeline, I think, was very revealing. But I worked for the federal public defender in Nebraska while I was in law school, and and they take a lot of Native cases, even if they're just like. So I didn't do much work on them, but I was in court during a stabbing that happened on the reservation, and it's really difficult to. I mean, their sovereignty and the policing of their sovereignty and the distrust that they have, but for just for the establishment in general, but the integrity they have for their land, to me, with Dapple was one of the most incredible things that I've ever seen. So we can always look at somebody for what we just experience with one person, but I think actually Indian sovereignty or Native American sovereignty is a really, really difficult issue in this country that nobody talks about. There's a sort of inherent racism, I think, going on.
Actually, that was really bad that I said Indian, not Native American. See, but no, I believe we created those.
I think the proper term is indigenous, Kelly.
Yes.
It's funny, my friend Russell, who was,
or the tribal name.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm gonna always recommend that book that he wrote. It's one of the best that you'll ever read. I've actually got it down here.
Not to be Mr. SJW, by the way.
Yep.
Evan's gone. He's gone. He's gonna start bitch us out. Close down the channel.
I got to meet him when I was 18 years old, and it was just one of the coolest things that ever happened to me, because at that point in my life, I was really like searching for understanding about my background on all sides and culture, and especially the American Indian side. And I'll never forget it. It was the middle of October, and there was a huge storm about to come through. Hurricane Opal, and I went down to the old Oxford Books in Buckhead, which is no longer there, and I went down there, and he was talking, and I knew that he had been in Last of the Mohicans. He was the old guy at the end, who actually is the last Mohican at the very end, and I loved that movie, and I was just, I was like intrigued by it, so I went down there, and I told him, we're all in line, we're getting our books signed and all of that, and I got in line, and it's so funny. Here's the signature. But he said to me, I started talking to him, and I was telling him, I'm really curious about exploring my history and my roots and all that. And he was like, look, he's like, I'll be at the Omni Hotel later. He's like, give me a call when you get there. We'll chat. And it was just the craziest thing. I was like, why would he pick this skinny little 17, 18-year-old girl to talk to? Well, it was seriously cool. Like I called him up when I got home, and he said, why don't you come down here and we'll talk in the lobby. So I taught my dad, because I didn't drive back then. And I taught my dad, and he's like, all right, we'll go down there. We'll talk to him. And so I got there, and he hung out with me for a while. and just we talked about all kinds of stuff about history and about, you know, all that kind of stuff. And back at the time, my hair was really short. It was really weird. Like my grandmother had died, my uncles had died, a lot of people in my family had died, and I cut my hair and I didn't really understand the significance of that. And he asked me, he was like, why is your hair short? And I said, I'm not really sure. And he's like, did somebody die? And I said, well, yeah, a lot of people have died in my family. He's like, you just knew. He's like, that you had to do that. He's like, but your mourning time is over and you need to start growing your hair again. Because in a lot of indigenous cultures, cutting your hair off is a symbol of grief. It's like your memories. And you know, if somebody dies, a lot of times you cut your hair. And so I kind of took it, and from then on, it's like I started growing my hair. It was so funny. It was like, all right. And you know, and after I talked to him for a while, he said, well, it all comes down to this. He's like, you really want to be indigenous. You want to get back to an indigenous life. He's like, and that's really, it's interesting. He's like, you're so young and you're already figuring this out. He was in his 60s when I met him. You know, at that point, he was an old guy and he'd already had kids and grandkids and everything. And so he was just, you know, he gave me his phone number and he said, I'm living in California right now. He's like, you can call me anytime you want. And it was just like the coolest thing in the world. It was just like, why, out of all the people that are there, he picked me to talk to. I felt so special. And then I went back home, and as we were driving, boy, that storm was coming through and the winds were blowing and the signs were just bending. I mean, it was rough. And we stop at a light and this bird comes flying across the windshield of the car. It was big. I thought it was like a hawk or an eagle size because it was large, but it wasn't getting battered by the wind. And I said, Dad, did you see that? And he said, no, I didn't see anything. I said, there was a big bird just flew across the window. And he said, oh, I didn't see anything. And I said, all right. Well, we got home and Russell called the house number and he said, are you all right? He's like, I was just making sure you both got home okay. And I said, yeah, we're fine. I said, I saw this big bird fly across and I think it might have been like a hawk or something. And he just says, it was an owl. And I was like, really? I was like, how do you know? Duh. You know, he was, and him being the darn Scorpio, he's like, read the book. He's like, just read the book. So I did. I stayed up because the power was out for 3 days and I read the book, the thick book too. And there's a part where he went on like a spirit walk when he was younger. And he said for a lot in the Lakota tradition, a lot of times people are afraid of owls because there's an association with death or darkness or the other world. So they don't really like the owl too much. But he said with him, he was out there and it was scary and it was rainy and it was off and on. And he didn't know how he was going to make it through and get back to where he was supposed to be. And he said, you know, he was just bundled up there naked with nothing but a blanket. And he was like basically just calling out for help to the Great Spirit. And so this pair of owls came down and they nested, you know, near where he was. And he says like the sound of those owls through the night was very comforting. So he always felt like that was his special animal that was his. So the whole thing was just really wild and mysterious and interesting and cool. And so, you know, it's like I always had that kind of interesting friendship with him. But people were talking about the Pine Ridge Reservation. He writes a lot about that in this book because almost all his people were, you know, lived there, from there, around there, knew people there. It was really harsh place.
Yeah, that was the reservation. I was trying to remember the name of it.
Oh, it's one of the notorious worst. But it's a really cool book. Anybody that wants to like understand a little bit more about the background. But getting back to what Kelly was saying about calling people Indians or Native Americans or whatever, Russell always said that he preferred American Indian because he said we got enslaved being called Indians and we're going to gain our freedom as Indians. He said, you know, because when Columbus came over, he didn't think he was in India. It wasn't even called India back then. But he said they're such a good, kind, wonderful people that he encountered. He called them Indio. There's a Latin. It means people in God, people like God, because they were so generous and kind to him. Of course, he went back to Spain and said, they'll make great slaves. Let's go get them. that's what he did. So they're such wonderful people that they'll make wonderful sites, and that's what happened. But that's where Indian came from. It didn't come from an idea of being in India. And so, yeah, that's the way he said it. He's like, because we're not, he said, anybody born in America is a Native American. There's no, that doesn't say anything. He's like, but if that's what they called us, he's like, we got enslaved under that name and we'll get free under that name. He was very militant. He was extremely militant. He was in the, what was the group called? They fought the Bureau of Indian Affairs, American Indian Movement, AIM, AIM. And, the BIA, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, was probably, and I mean, it's like as close to the devil as you could get. Typical government organization that was really just about disenfranchising Native people, keeping them poor, keeping them, unhealthy, uneducated, broke, drunk, whole thing that you still see today.
Even in this, I have one of the things I got from my grandparents' house was giant stacks of Life magazine all the way back to the 30s.
Mm-hmm.
And so I have some from when Martin Luther King Jr. was shot, and a bunch of them from the 60s. But so
Wow.
Life and Time magazines from the 60s. I open it up and there's a McDonald's ad, and then just above that is a quarter page ad saying free land. Basically like come and get your free Indian land to white people. I'm not kidding.
From the 60s?
I'll show it to you. If I was at home, I would pull it out and show it to you, but I could not believe what I was looking at. Like, how is that? I don't know. I was just.
Well, you know why there's so many Irish people in Oklahoma and places like that is because, they had originally shoved most of the Cherokee out to Oklahoma during the Trail of Tears. And then after the Civil War, when they found out a lot of the Cherokee had fought for the Confederacy, it pissed them off. And so that was a contributing factor to them opening up the land rushes. So it's like, oh, never mind that we shoved you there. Now we're going to let Whitey come have a chance at it now and just take it from you.
I mean, it was just.
Remember that silly movie with Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman, Far and Away? That's what that was about. They're out there rushing for Indian land. They're getting it for free. That was the place that they shoved most of the Cherokee, was out there. So they were out there, and then they said, well, you can't even have that. It's some crazy.
And and the Irish were also on the railroad gangs.
Yep.
So you had the Chinese come in from the West Coast and the Irish come in from the East Coast, building the railway, and so I couldn't help when Ebon got on there. I couldn't help but as soon as he said something about the scene from The Big Lebowski where he said, "Dude, please, not Chinaman. I believe Chinese American is the proper terminology.
Is the preferred nomenclature?
Yeah, it's the preferred nomenclature. He didn't come over and build the freaking railroads. I just thought that was so funny.
And dude,
you think I pissed on my rug? It really brought the place together.
My husband loved that movie.
In the parlance of our times.
Is it the parlance? Oh, you mean
beverage
coitus?
here, man.
You mean coitus?
Do you like sex, Jeffrey? That's one of the best movies ever made. It truly.
My husband has, and I tried to find it, but I guess he doesn't have the wallet here that has, and I don't know how he got this thing. I guess you just send off for it. He can, quote unquote, marry people as a dudist.
Dudist priest.
You know what I'm talking about from this movie?
Yeah, sure. Why not, man?
I think
really love.
It's a joke. It's really a joke. But
I would love to go to a Lebowski fest. I think it would be so fun.
God. Yes, he has the sweater. My husband.
Oh my God.
I trimmed my beard.
That movie before he met me, and when I turned it on, I thought he was gonna die. He was laughing so hard. he could hardly breathe in parts. It was awesome. He was like tears, like he was laughing so hard.
I'm telling you, right over there on the floor, I have a VCR that sits there and does nothing but has The Big Lebowski on the tape inside of it, and it's connected to the TV, so I never have to wait for Netflix.
Right. Yes.
You know, and I never have to walk over there, put a disc in. I mean, it's in the machine.
Ready to go at any moment.
Yeah, I mean, I got to go dig through the drawer and I got to pull out the right remote and hit it and start it up, but it just plays on my TV whenever I want it.
And dude,
it's fun wallpaper.
Semi-amphibious rodent. That's not legal either, Dan. What are you, a fucking park ranger?
I like the Amy Mann and her toe in that movie. I love Amy Mann as a singer. I actually took my daughter to go see her. She played at something called the Haw River Ballroom near
so funny.
It's way out in the middle of nowhere, but it's a really cool venue. It was about 5 years ago, and she came and played there. It was really cool. I love her voice.
Yep, that's so funny.
Yeah. I bet you could sing some Amy Mann songs.
Probably. She's a little bit folky. Yeah.
Did you say Amy Mann?
Yeah.
I've seen from Till Tuesday. I've seen her twice. I mean, her music is very I think she was great. I saw her. I think one of the places was Toad's Place, which is one of my favorites. It's near Yale in New Haven.
Mm-hmm.
A very small. Kind of cool, but I also saw Henry Rollins there once, and Danny Glover's son. He had a band. I can't remember what it's called, but it was a really good venue. But she's really cool. Her songs are super repetitive, and it's the same sort of voice. She did almost the entire soundtrack to the Magnolia movie, which is really.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
I remember that.
Super weird movie, but.
Yeah, but the music was good. Yeah.
That was all her on her own.
Mm-hmm. She was huge
you know.
for a while, for just like a little while. You know, it's like some things will get really popular. It's like for a little piece of time, she was really popular for a little bit.
What was the best concert you've ever been to?
I went to a Beastie Boys with Tribe Called Quest opening at Madison Square Garden. That was the craziest one I have ever been to.
It depends on what it was. Best rock concert, definitely Marilyn Manson. Dude can put on a show like no one else. Incredibly good. Wow. Probably, the Guns, God, and Government tour. Good grief. I mean, you talk about all kinds of symbolism and meaning about the way this country is. It's just like, yeah.
The
Intense.
craziest for me would be a toss-up between the B-52s and Susie and the Banshees.
Oh, man, that sounds good. Both of those.
Yeah, Susie and the Banshees. Wow, that was weird. I was right up front. Just a really strange person. But it was good.
I mean, I would have to have like 3 choices across rock or blues. I mean, because Johnny Winter was probably the best concert because he was so loud. I mean, he was louder than any concert I've. My have ears that never rang, you know.
Yeah.
But that concert hurt my ears, and we could walk right up to the stage. It was in this gutted out Kmart. It was a BYOB place in Allentown, Pennsylvania. Mm-hmm. And then I saw George Thorogood in Allentown at the Dorney Park at the Crystal Ballroom or whatever it was.
Nice, yeah.
And I saw him right up against the stage. And then the only other one would be, it's tough to say the Allman Brothers because they had they played forever and it was a great show. But
other ones that were good, Rob Zombie was incredible. back in the 90s. He was great. And then another really good one, probably the most recent, like fabulous concert I've seen was Yancy from Sigur Rós did a solo tour. That was one of the most beautiful performances I have ever seen. It was truly just beautiful and magical and mystical. It was, you know, it's just, there's something about that. Talking about Iceland. I mean, talking about that Icelandic music. It's like all that sort of feeling of very close to nature is in that. And they had this huge screen behind them doing these animations of like wild animals running through the forest and leaves falling and rain. And it was just, and the music is just beautiful. It was so good. We actually we saw it here and then we drove up to DC just to see it again. It was that good.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wasn't Bjork from
Iceland?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, talk about
something in the water.
Weird 90s music, yeah.
Yeah, just really unique.
I saw B.B. King with his orchestra, without his orchestra.
Wow.
I saw him like 3 different times.
Wow.
John Lee Hooker.
Oh, wow.
I love John Lee Hooker.
I saw Albert Collins. I saw Stevie Ray Vaughan a couple times.
Oh.
That was awesome. I saw Little Feat and Jimmy Buffett. That wasn't a bad. Jimmy Buffett played a little too loud. That was the only thing. He was too loud, and then Little Feat came on after he played because it was like when they came back after Lowell. Yeah, I can't think of his name now. Had passed away, and they sort of broke up, and they came back, and they had really jumping album, and they did the whole oldie show and the new music, and it was a great show. But man, some concerts I can't remember, but I know they were great.
I mean,
Garfunkel.
I went to one of the last, well, I don't know if the last, but last tours of the Grateful Dead.
Wow, yeah.
Garcia died.
I saw a couple Dead shows.
Oh, I was going to say I never saw Jerry, but I think when I saw it, if I'm not mistaken, Joan Osborne filled in for it, unless I'm like totally making this up. But I believe when I saw them without Jerry, and it was either South Jersey or Pennsylvania, it was Joan Osborne filling in for who was it? Donna? Was that who it was? I know some of the Dead songs, but I'm not a huge Deadhead, so I don't remember.
Song, God. What if God?
Yeah, it's a great. That's one of the best songs, I think. So good. I could be totally making that up. Sorry.
I saw the Dead at Red Rocks, and then I saw them on an island. Like a week later, I saw them on an island in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
I would love that.
Worst concert. Worst concert anywhere? Like something you got dragged to, or?
But Ariel, last night you played. You sang "Blowing in the Wind" for us, which is super great, and anybody who didn't hear it should check it out.
Oh,
but
you played a song last night?
I heard.
Yeah,
that,
Eric,
when we
it's at
went,
the end of the video.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, cool.
It was good.
I have to check it out.
So good. But I went to a Bob Dylan concert, and then I almost went to another Bob Dylan concert, but I didn't go because he was kind of terrible the first time, and I think it was the late 90s. But who he was playing with was Van Morrison, who is actually an amazing performer.
He is.
Like, so I
really
sort
good.
of went for Bob Dylan, but I went for like the 60s Bob Dylan, but it was Van Morrison that I walked away saying, oh my God, that was so amazing.
Yeah, he's good. He's done some Celtic stuff in his past, and he's actually really pretty darn good at it. The other one, I've seen Art Garfunkel play, and also Joan Baez. I saw her about 9 years ago, and that was really nice. Yeah. No, I love all. And, Maddie Pryor. I remember seeing her play. She was the singer for Steel Eye Span. That was a very popular, like, Celtic rock group. And she was incredible. She was so good. Yeah, I've seen a lot of music. Sometimes I forget how much. Sometimes I forget. One of the worst concerts ever was The Cure, and people would never believe that. It was so boring. I wanted to die. Like, it never ended, and they didn't play any. None of their like more well-known songs. It was just like, ah. It went on and on and on. I was just like, get me out of here.
Well, a couple good ones that I don't remember real well were Van Halen and Jethro Tull. So both of them. Rush Rush is a little bit of a blur, but Rush was bitching. Worst was probably Elvis Costello, because I saw him when he was did his country and western tour or whatever it was. I got drugged to his show, and I thought, well, yeah, cool. I like some of his music, and even some of his oddball music that was on other records, but it wasn't. It was a weird show.
We're actually gonna go see Ian Anderson, of Jethro.
Far out, yeah.
In August.
Jethro Tull.
Yeah, up in northern Michigan. My aunt and uncle asked if we wanted to go, so my uncle says he's trying to see all of these people before they die. After Greg Allman just died, yes, my uptight banker uncle was once pretty rockin', and so he used to go to ZZ Top concerts and I don't know, just everything. So yeah, he saw that. Of course, this is going to be mainly like mellow flute music, of course, but
jazz.
Hey, I play the flute. Don't do that. I play the flute.
Oh no, I think it'll be great. It's just not a rock. Not a rock.
Yeah, well, I always dug it, but I like funky music. I mean, I always sort of dug that. I like the sort of 70s jazz flute too. I mean, I always thought that was
on I think, gosh, at least 2 of my 4 albums I worked with a classical flute player, and she was great. I mean, she played on a couple of my tracks, and very pretty, very, very pretty.
Yeah, no, I'm not that good.
So wait, Gordon left a bit ago. That must have been when I was getting my laundry. Okay, I was just saying.
But I embarrassingly, one of the musicians I post is just from my time. I have been to a million Dave Matthews Band concerts in at least 3 or 4 countries. And
it's okay.
So,
you admit it. You can work through it. No, I'm just kidding.
Ban her now.
You go to college. Here's your Dave Matthews CD, and this is what is going to happen to you. They are actually they're really fun live, and they've had a lot of decent people who open for them.
I actually kind of like them, but my husband could not stand his voice. That's what he said.
Oh, it sounds like a cat dying.
Lives are very
either my internet frozen
or what they're going to do. It's the same thing over and over. Like you can hear it's the same song or the same attitude or whatever. But whatever. It's embarrassing to go to that many countries to see him, but it's also kind of funny. And Tori Amos is next on my list for that, by the way.
Oh, I love Tori Amos.
and most concerts I've gone to.
Sorry.
A friend of mine. So I don't know if you know Tori Amos's story. Her name's really Ellen, and she, her dad was a preacher, and
she was religious in
Maryland. So this friend of mine, she's really not into music at all. And this is back in the 90s, and I'm listening to Tori Amos, and she's like, oh yeah, I knew her. She used to play piano at my church all the time. Her dad was Father Amos, and I'm like, what? Wow, that's so exciting. But she was just not impressed at all.
Yeah. Well, it's
But,
funny how a lot of musicians get their start in the church. Hey! Yeah, I mean, when I was like 13, 14, I was singing in the choir, and all doing all that stuff because that's what my parents were into. And it's kind of funny how much.
So that's what she remembers of her was like her playing Jesus Loves Me.
Right. Yeah, it's not the same thing at all. But it's cool. I mean, I really appreciate you all saying so many nice things about my songs and my singing because I haven't been doing a lot of live stuff in a while. When I lived in Oregon, man, I was like playing all the time. That was like my main way I made a living. And, so I haven't really been doing a ton of live stuff. I've mostly been focusing on putting together a home studio so I can actually record from home and get into a lot more kinds of music. I love electronic and I love ambient, kind of stuff. And it kind of makes sense. It's like there's always that love of like the kind of Celtic sort of stuff. But then I also love the Enya and the Clannad, which really blends a lot of that ethereal kind of ambient electronica. And so, yeah, I'm just working on some really new things. And but it really means a lot to me that you say so many nice things because it really lifts my spirits.
Did this work? You guys see
Yeah, we can see it. We can see it, Kelly.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Yep.
This is my daughter, Abby. At the camp. Anyway.
Far out. That's a groove.
Yeah, so she's self-taught guitar because we really couldn't afford lessons. We managed to get her.
Oh, that's your daughter. I didn't realize. That's awesome.
Yeah, so she's
wow.
self-taught and we managed to get a guitar one year at Christmas.
And that's so cool.
The lean years, which was most of her childhood.
Yeah.
But anyway, she taught herself and she ended up going to this camp and now she's like teaching guitar and running the music tech or something department. But she had a blast, like just getting up on stage, and she has no stage fright at all. Crazy.
Yeah.
Who were her inspirations?
A lot of 90s stuff, but a lot of other rock stuff. Mainly, what is she? The Beatles. She loves the Beatles. I mean, a wide range of stuff.
Yeah. That's always the best.
Yeah, it's always cool just to hear though what somebody like there were guitarists like in my generation that were still copying original blues players or whatever, and to see where we are in that jumping of those sort of who you're looking back at as kids. But with the way digital music is now, they've all got like infinite abilities to listen to all these, like, when I was young, my old man played a lot of big band music and that kind of stuff, old jazz. Oh, it's just so, I mean, I remember it all fondly because I couldn't tell you like the name of the songs or necessarily if it was Tommy or Jimmy Dorsey or, anything like that. But, it was always groovy,
I love the swing era big band stuff, like, 40s kind of swing and Ella Fitzgerald, Nat King Cole, all that stuff is incredible. And my mom, she grew up in the 40s. So that's what was big and popular then. And so we heard a lot of that and a lot of folk because once she got into her 20s, she was digging on, Joan Baez and Peter, Paul and Mary and Dylan and, all that. So we got a little bit of all of it. It's funny, Brian was saying he used to hear the Puff the Magic Dragon, and that's the same as me. My mom had this damn ukulele, and she'd sing that stuff all the time.
My aunt used to sing that, yeah. Wait, Brian, what were you going to say?
I'm going to bed.
Going to bed, okay.
Okay, you have yourself a good night, Bram.
Good night, Bram. Good night.
Good seeing you.
How about Billie Holiday? I love Billie Holiday. Do you like?
Yes, that's another one. Another really awesome lady. But my mom, she got to meet Natalie Cole before Natalie Cole died. It was a big deal because my mom grew up listening to Nat King Cole, and so meeting her was like she was like a starstruck kid. It was so cute. I was like, Mom. But yeah, it was sweet. And she like really talked to her about how much her dad meant to her and how much she loved her stuff. And it was really bittersweet because Natalie, she was very sick at the time. She was really not well. And it was a lot of it. I think it was as a result of a lot of her drug use and, you know, dirty needles. And it was hepatitis or something. It was pretty rough. And that's what she ended up dying of it. And, you know, she even talked to my mom about it. She said, you know, I wish that I'd made better choices when I was younger. She's like, but, you know, just all you can do is the best you can do. And it was just really sweet. I mean, it's like she was just a nice lady, just a really cool, surprisingly down-to-earth person. You know, she had really struggled. She really struggled. And, you know, kind of the thing, you know, you grow up in a famous family and there's that sort of weird pressure around that. And you're kind of growing up in a spotlight and not having a lot of privacy. But, you know, she still really loved her dad, even though he wasn't perfect and he was kind of a mess in his own way. But, you know, the two of them were just so darn talented. And yeah, but it was special. That was really sweet. When my mom got to meet her, it was really nice.
We were up on Whidbey Island, and we went down. I was sitting on the dock somewhere. I can't remember where it was on the island, but it was just a little thing, and I was like fishing there, and this old dude, he comes up. He's got this beautiful, like, it's all like redwood. It looked like, you know, like an old movie star, those motorboats they had. It was beautiful. It's all wood.
Yeah.
It was his, and he had like the like Greek fisherman's hat on, and just a really nice guy. Asked us how the fishing was going and stuff, and you know, he walked away, and later on, my wife and I were going home, and she says, "Man, that dude's voice was really nice, wasn't it?" And, you know, it was like talking to Snork or something. Somebody has a strikingly nice voice. You just notice it, and you know, and so we're a few months later, or you know, sometime later, Burl Ives passed away.
Oh wow, yeah.
It turns out that he was like over in Mukilteo or something, and he passed away there. But they showed him in his boat and stuff. It's like, oh my God, we met Burl Ives, man. It never clicked in either of our minds. You know, here it was. We talking to, like, you know, the dude from Frosty the Snowman or what? Not Frosty. He was in the other one. Yeah, in Rudolph. You know, so that was just funky as hell. That was cool.
Well, he was a huge repository of folk music. I mean, he had the stuff. My mom had a thick songbook with Burl Ives, all his folk songs and things that he did. And I'll never forget my mom singing, "Had a dog and his name was Blue. Bet you $5 he's a real good dog too. Here, Blue, you good dog, you." You remember those songs? They're crazy. It was a sad song. It was about the dog. I had this great dog called Old Blue, and then Old Blue died. And he died so hard, he shook the ground in my backyard. And when I get to heaven, first thing I'll do is grab my horn and call for Blue. I would always cry. I was like, this is so sad. And he's like, "Here, Blue, I'm coming home too." And it's like, no, I can't deal with that. It's like, the dog is gone. Now he's gonna go find him in doggy heaven. I'm like, too much. But yeah, I mean, a lot of those folk songs, they're sad, right? I mean, they're just these tragic songs like Barbara Allen and, you know, all these, like, you know, people dying and pining away. And it's just like, oh.
Yeah, they are rather like purposely depressing as hell, you know.
When I was in my Barney's Goat Celtic band, like, we did a lot of funny songs because there's a lot of like funny Irish songs about, you know, drinking and doing stupid things and dancing and acting silly. And so we would do a lot of purposely humorous songs. And we had one guy in it that would always sing the tragic song. And so we would call him the Tragic Relief, not the comic. The Tragic Relief, the funny song.
Tragic Relief.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you get enough Irish around here, so it's got to be one guy that's going to sing a fucking sad song.
Yeah.
Oh, you gotta understand. I work with all Irish crew except for me and two other guys, and it was so much fun. Those guys were so much. I mean, they're the kind of guys, if they loved you, they loved you.
Oh yeah.
And I mean, these were kind of rough and tumble days, too. I mean, we're sitting there. It was Shane Kennedy. That's him. It's Shane. He's sitting at the bar. Him and Doc, who's this big guy, and this skinny guy who's an apprentice is this Irish kid. And the Irish kid says, we'd been there since like 7:30 in the morning. It's like 3 in the afternoon, and the Irish kid says, "Oh, I'm getting tired, man. We need to go home." Without even looking up, Shane just goes back and smacks him in the face and drops him and just says, "Shut the fuck up." We'll leave when I say we'll leave. I mean, they were the nicest guys, man. It was.
Oh yeah, it's like that. They just punch each other for fun, kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it just goes with the territory, kind of thing. Yeah,
There was a comedian, I can't remember, but he did the thing with like we drink, and then we die. we drink, and then we die. It's like it was like a parody of like every Irish drinking song ever, and it was great. It's too much.
Oh God, I drank so much Jameson's when I was with them cats. Oh, and that stuff is just it's fighting a bottle, man. There ain't nothing in the world. I'm telling you, brown liquor and me just never. If it looks like it was in a cask aging, it's gonna make me just angry, And
I think it's very telling.
Cut that out of my.
It's very telling that the name for whiskey comes from the Gaelic Iscivaha, which means water of life. Kind of tells you a whole lot right there.
Yeah,
that's pretty common with the brown liquors, as you said. I mean,
wow,
people have that response.
I definitely played my share of like Irish pubs and stuff like that. Oh yeah, it's funny.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that was just everybody came into the bar and everybody put a 20 on the bar, and they took a big chunk, handed it to the barmaid because she came in and opened the bar early. And then we'd sit and drink all day. And when that pile got low, they'd go around and they'd take another 10 or 20 bucks and throw it back in the kitty, Oh, God. My liver took a beating.
It's funny because I've never been drunk. I've never had any kind of hard liquor or anything like that. And it's just funny. It's like, and I think a lot of that is mostly owing to the fact that, my parents were not drinkers. They never drank, never, ever. I mean, my dad has never had a beer in his whole life, I don't think. But it comes from the fact that they both had severely alcoholic and very messed up families. And I think they really didn't want to repeat that. And knowing that, I was kind of like, I'm not going to tempt fate. I'm not even going to start that potential chain. So I never drank. I never cared about it. But yet I was playing in all these bars and pubs and, around all these drunk people. It was like,
I don't even understand how you deal with that, Ariel, because I find that the world around me just doesn't even fit me. Like today I woke up, I went to the Scots bar because the nicest guy I know in Manhattan is a bartender typically on Monday nights. And of course he wasn't there because it's Saturday. And I was just like, I thought I could just go there and I could just be like, I woke up and I was really mad today. And I do that like once every 2 months, just this guy.
Yeah, it's
poor guy.
Hard
but I don't know. I just don't even know how you would get by without having some sort of just away from a different perspective. I guess. I don't even get that.
How many times I've had somebody
maybe you had nice.
You're in a bad mood. You need a drink. It's like that's the last thing you need.
I know. Maybe you had maybe she had nice parents who were just like, every weird idea you ever have, like, that's cool with me. Like, my parents were so not like that. You grow up in New York, you grow up in Westchester. It's like, no, we're bringing you to the doctor. There's something wrong with you. We're bringing no, seriously. And there was nothing ever wrong with me. And
wow.
and that is so hard. It's so hard. So every once in a while, so today I woke up about the whole ceasefire in Syria and what I actually think is going to happen. And I said this before you got here. What I think the narrative is going to be oh God, and if the ceasefire breaks, they're going to be like, oh, it was useless, and that's going to be the narrative. But the truth is that ceasefires always break, and most of the time, and it leads to better negotiations about things, but that's going to be lost. It's going to be lost somewhere, and it's going to and I just see that happening.
I really liked what Christian said last night about the fact that if you go in and you start attacking people, they get emotional, and then you really ruin the chance for having a calm conversation. I thought that was very, very right on. I thought about that today, and I was like, oh, that's really true. That's true in so many cases. Eric, you had your hand up.
Oh, I was gonna say, with the alcohol, yeah, I can relate to that.
Yeah.
Through family, I could really relate to that because my dad, he drank a lot. He still does to this day, from what I know.
Yeah. It's really sad because my mom's dad, he was an extremely melancholy soul. He was very, very typically Scottish. Oh my word.
Irish.
Very Scottish, predominantly, because he was where the Jefferson clan came from, the Thomas Jefferson stuff. And he was very depressed because he had been married and to a Catholic woman, and they had a couple kids, and her family hated him so much because he wasn't Catholic that they literally made their lives a living hell till it split them up. But because it was a Catholic marriage, they wouldn't really grant an actual divorce. This is back in the 30s. Okay, so think about rewind some years. So my mother's mother was a lot younger than him, and they never had an actual wedding. They were just common law man and wife because they lived together so long, and they had 3 kids. And so he had this whole family that he'd been really broken apart from in the past, and he was just incredibly depressed, and he would just drink. He would just drink and brood. Typical Celtic, drinking and crying thing, And it was so sad because they've got great longevity. I mean, everybody from my mom's family that, eats well and takes care of themselves, they live to be 100 easily. But he died at 76, from just killing his liver with alcohol. It's so sad because, I really think I would have loved him. I think he would have been just a cool dude to talk to. And my mom even says, she's like, yeah, he would have loved you because he had very progressive ideas like me and just really, was very different that way. And but it's a shame. No, I agree. I think alcohol most of the time, it's a dangerous drug that you have to be careful with, and it has a lot of destructive power. And it's sad because my grandfather, I probably would have got to know him if it hadn't been for him drinking so much, being alcoholic.
My earliest memory is of my dad would come home at he wouldn't get home till 7:00 because he had to commute out of Cleveland, and he'd get home and we'd have a snack at 7:00 at night, and there'd be cheese and stuff. It's German Appalachian food kind of thing.
This is when you're in Pennsylvania, right?
No, this is actually when I'm in Ohio. This is when I'm living in Kent still. And my brother went down the A&W root beer stand and horked me one of those little mugs. So I had a little mug, and I had a little mug of beer.
That's so cute.
Yeah, and so and then as I grew up, I learned about how to taste wine and everything else, and so and then when I became, of basically when I hit puberty, I hit my drinking stride. That was when. Yeah, I mean, by 7th grade, I'm hanging out with the seniors at their party because I could as much as they could, and it became. I mean, I just, eventually got to a point where I had to quit. But yeah, I mean, it's a wicked drug. It's a horrible drug to come off of.
Your liver can heal from it. Your body has a great resilience to heal
Oh
from.
yeah, I know that. I feel better since, but I mean, it was like, man, that's some, you're shaking like cat shit and razor blades. I mean, just
Wow,
yeah, I mean,
no doubt.
But yeah, it was fun when I was a kid. But it was just wild, man, and there was always where I lived, and at that time, if you think back to sort of what in the hell's that dumbass movie from where they're from Texas with McConaughey in it.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
The young people like going on summer vacation or whatever.
Oh yeah.
That's sort of everybody meets in the middle of nowhere and drinks. That was sort of junior high school, and it was a very strange way to live, but it was fun.
Maybe it's not off topic. If Dominic's how he's enjoying retirement, you haven't said much. I just thought I'd see how you
starting to get used to it. Yep. I'm really not in the groove yet though, because it doesn't feel like it's real. It's only been a week.
Oh, right.
Oh wow.
Oh.
Do you have any like vacation plans or anything like that?
Well, we rented a house up at Lake Wallenpaupack. We're going up there for a week with the family. Our son has a boat. There's a dock at the place, so that sounds like a real good time.
Yeah.
Nothing really. My wife is still working.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. She has a beauty shop, so she's going to probably retire around December.
Oh, that's cool.
Plans, yep.
Is anyone going to take it over from her, or is she just going to?
The only reason she's working now is because she's partners with another girl, and the other girl isn't ready to retire yet, and she could get a place on her own. So she only works like 3 days a week. Mm-hmm. But they've been in business for quite a while. She said most of her clients are dying off anyway. So then.
Oh no! Oh gosh!
Wait, you're in Pennsylvania, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yep.
Wait, what lake?
Lake Wallenpaupack.
Okay.
I remember that. Yeah.
That's a nice lake.
Where are you at, Dominic?
I'm in a little town called Martins Creek. It's not too far from Easton.
Okay.
In Allentown area.
Oh, okay. Okay. I grew up north of Reading.
Oh yeah, whereabouts was that?
I grew up in Shoemakersville.
Oh, yeah, I know where.
I went to high school in Hamburg.
Yep, I used to rent out that way when I was working with the trucking company. I used to work for. I used to have a delivery route out that way.
Yeah.
And no shit, Dominic. When like during the 70s, no shit, Hamburg, Pennsylvania. Yeah, all these people talk about speaking English. You went to Hamburg, Pennsylvania, walked around that town.
Wow.
And I guarantee you heard at least 5 different couples of people talking German.
Wow.
Pennsylvania German still. Yeah, Pennsylvania Dutch. And so all these people say you got to come in our country to learn English.
Yeah.
These damn people, they were just speaking German 40 years ago. So I don't want to hear how they came here and everybody spoke English all the time, and that was it.
That was
every culture comes here, and the old people know. I mean, if you go to Dominic will tell you this: if you go find a pizza place, if you find a pizza place where you hear two Italian people fighting in Italian in the back of it, they'll have good pizza. They'll have good pizza. I guarantee you.
That's right.
Good sauce.
Well, it's true that immigrants would come and they'd have their own group. And living in Portland, oh my goodness, in Oregon, there's so much Asian culture, and so I remember. I had an acupuncturist and a Chinese medicine, traditional Chinese medicine doctor, and she was from Vietnam. And to listen to her talk, oh my word, I'd be laying there, just hanging out. and listening to her talk to her clients, that has got to be one of the hardest languages to learn, because it's got all those, what they call the diphthongs, you know, where it's like these real little inflections and clicks and ticks. And it's very hard for you, if you're not a native speaker, to pick up on all that. Very tough, because it's a totally different way of it takes, like in the soft palate. It's kind of like in French when you have the little, you know, that it gets up in the nose, the nasal kind of sound and different things like that.
Oui.
But, oh yeah, oui. Mais oui.
Yeah, I mean, the way I understand it is there's a lot of very subtle tonal things, you know, that you got to know.
Yeah.
And my wife is from Sicily. Her parents came over when we were going together. We met in high school, and I wasn't really the welcome guy in that house. And when I would go there, everybody would be speaking Italian. I don't speak. I have Italian heritage. I don't speak Italian. And boy, I just didn't understand anything anybody was saying.
They could be cursing you out.
I think they were. Her dad never did like me too much.
Figlio di puttana.
How did you win them over, or did you ever? You just said, "Oh, we're getting out of here."
I think they just accepted me, you know, because you know she wanted to. He was a nice guy. He helped me out all the time, you know. But I'm sure he would have rather had her marry a nice Italian boy.
What's your background, Dominic?
I'm Italian-Irish.
Cool.
Okay.
My dad was Italian. My mom was Irish.
Wow. So yeah, it's a little feisty. That's awesome.
All right. Well, I have to take Zoe to camp tomorrow.
All right,
It's
sweeties.
3:15 almost. So.
I'm planning to go fishing in about an hour and a half, so I need an
my
hour and a
God.
half of sleep.
Oh my God.
You pull all-nighter.
Okay.
I think I only slept for an hour yesterday too. I just haven't been sleeping well.
Oh God, I'm sorry.
That's right.
There's some good, like, peaceful time out at the lake, right?
Yeah. I
Yeah,
mean,
you
it's
can- you
it's
can have-
awesome view because the pond starts like steaming as the sun is rising because the water temperature starts to warm up. It's
That's
pretty
cool.
cool, and it's no one's there.
Yeah.
It's a little creepy sometimes, like if sunrise is before 5, because then it's totally dark, and like you can't see anything. There's no lights at all, so you have to bring your own light.
Is this Walden Pond? Is that where you're going?
Yeah.
Holy cow, that's
Oh, that's
so
cool.
We went there once. It is very pretty.
Nice.
All right. So Monday night, I guess.
Monday night?
All right.
Ebon, you'll have to tie the fishing line to your nose. That way you can take a nap and then it'll like bob whenever.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Just like have it on like a hook on a shirt, and just if it starts pulling,
Yeah.
I know when I count.
Thanks for putting up with us, Ebon, and hosting the show.
No problem.
Thank you again, Ebon.
Thanks, guys.
Is this a record? It's been 5 hours and 5 minutes.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I've only been here for like an hour or two. That.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, I came in like, I don't know, an hour in. I don't know when I came in. Anyhow.
All right.
Okay.
Good night, everybody.
Good night,
Thanks, everyone in chat.
Triggered.
Triggered.
Take care, everybody.